The moment they land, they will be arrested. Goa police have already prepared the transit remand paperwork and a detailed case file including fire department findings and digital evidence of ticket bookings minutes after the blaze. As the investigation widens and facts finally rise from the ashes, one thing is clear: the cover-ups are collapsing, the escapes are ending, and accountability is catching up fast.
And moving on, viewers, the recent clashes between Thailand and Cambodia have resulted in significant human suffering and displacement. The latest large-scale fighting was set off by a skirmish on Sunday that wounded Thai soldiers and derailed a ceasefire between the South Asian neighbors, Thailand and Cambodia. Now, both sides have accused each other of firing into civilian areas with artillery, with rocket systems and even drones. Take a look at this detailed report as we bring you the updates from the skirmish.
Casualties continue to mount as fighting between Thai and Cambodian forces resumed along their shared borders. The Thai military was seen evacuating an injured by helicopter as fighting with the Cambodian forces at the border raged on. 3 Thai civilians were killed, marking the country's first civilian fatalities since the combat resumed. Dozen people have been reportedly killed in the latest fighting, while hundreds of thousands have been displaced so far. A house in the Thai province of Surin, close to the Thai-Cambodian border, was struck and damaged as border dispute continued unabated. Most of the residents in the conflict zone on both the sides of the frontier have been evacuated to shelters far away from the conflict. A farmer said that she left in middle of a rice harvest and that her field remains unharvested. She is worried that she may not have food for the next year.
แล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วก็จะทำตามเราไหมล่ะไม่ใช่พูดบอกว่าจะทำแล้วแต่เอาความจริงแล้วเขาไม่ทำล่ะทำยังไงล่ะไม่ใช่เราจะเสียเปรียบเขาหรือว่าเราจะไม่เสียความรู้สึกตรงนั้นหมดใช่ไหมเราก็ต้องเร่งวิ่งอีกละมั้งหาแนวโลกอีกบ่
Several people, mostly Thai farming families, have huddled at temporary shelters, trying to keep to domestic routines. They have no idea when they can return home. For now, they wait and keep an eye on news updates from the television or social media. Both sides blame the other for the breakdown in the truce.
ได้เฮ้ยเจ้าโน่นหนองเวียนเสลมเด้งประมูลบ้านมูบ่ไล่ตัดคล้ายรวดน้ำกระโดดก็ได้บ้านอุ้ยโฮบดีพอเจ้าโน่นเวียนเสลมจนบ้านดอกตี
Many displaced hope for peace, negotiation and agreement. However, they remain unsure if the leaders will follow through.
And we shift our focus. Thousands of people joined massive protests across Bulgaria, accusing the government of widespread corruption. Now, the demonstrators and the demonstrations came after last week's protests that were sparked by the government's budget plans for higher taxes. We bring you the detailed report. Take a look.
Tens of thousands of people joined massive protests in major cities across Bulgaria, accusing the government of sponsoring widespread corruption. The demonstrations came after last week's protest wave that was marked by Bulgarian government's budget plans for higher taxes. The protesters' demands have since expanded to include calls for the centre-right government of Prime Minister to resign. In the capital, Sofia, protesters gathered on the central square between the buildings of the parliament, the government and the presidency. Chanting resignation and mafia, they called on minority coalition cabinet to step down. University students in Sofia joined the protests, which the organizers said outnumbered last week's rallies that drew over 50,000 people. Media estimates based on drone visuals put the number of protesters to over 1 lakh. Protests, however, largely remained peaceful and coincided with the upcoming 6th no-confidence motion against the government.
Ние не протестираме само за бюджета. Ние протестираме за сваляне на правителството, за тази безотговорност, за тази безхаберщина и за тази свинщина България.
Democratic Bulgaria, the main organizer of the protests, have submitted a motion of no confidence against the government, which will now be put to vote.
And viewers, with that, it's time we dip into a short commercial break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. We get you a look as what is expected after we get back. What's coming up next is Union Cabinet likely to clear India-Oman Free Trade Pact today.
Soon enough, we ended up trying out creating a 4-rotor flying aircraft, what we popularly call quadrotors today. And we thought we had invented something new that no one has ever done before.
But was it done before?
Yes. A few companies in the US.
Which year would that be?
2003, 2004 is when we were doing it.
You didn't know of the ones that were done in America, don't tell me. No. Really?
Yes.
So you were like doing it with the spirit of invention.
Yes.
This is a pure 3 idiot story going on here, by the way. Huh? You see the parallels?
Yes, yes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Rohini Court has denied the interim bail application of the Luthra brothers, Thailand to deport the Luthras soon. Karthigai Deepam Rao intensifies in Tamil Nadu. Madras High Court to hear the contempt case against District Collector Madurai City Commissioner today. Union Cabinet is likely to clear the India-Oman Free Trade Pact. 4-member DGCA committee to question Indigo's CEO again on the airline crisis. India-US trade talks conclude. MEA calls the discussion constructive and positive. Mini truck plunges into a deep gorge in Arunachal Pradesh. 21 labourers feared dead. Viewers, what began as a tragic fire in the Goa nightclub has now ripped open a web of corruption, negligence and even a desperate attempt to flee the law. Explosive revelations from an arrested partner, damning admissions from a senior BJP MLA and a high-speed international chase for the Luthra brothers. Let us take you through the detailed look at this report.
What started as a simple probe into a fire tragedy in Goa has now turned into a rabbit hole of several corruption instances. From security lapses that occurred due to the negligence of the government officials to fleeing of the alleged accused Luthra brothers has put a big question mark on the state government's accountability. In an exclusive but off-camera chat with Republic TV, BJP MLA Michael Lobo made some serious admissions.
I'm waiting for them to come out. See, I have to also give them time. So let them come out with their story. See, ये सब कुछ क्यों हो गया? क्योंकि सारे डिपार्टमेंट ने लाइसेंस दिया. Most important thing is fire and emergency services have totally closed their eyes and given them license. They should have inspected. They have not done the inspection.
All the departments, fire, revenue, excise, construction, town planning.
ना टाउन प्लानिंग आया ही नहीं क्योंकि टाउन प्लानिंग को बाईपास किया ये लोग. लोकल अथॉरिटी हैज़ द पावर एंड इन दियर जुरिडिक्शन जो भी होता है उनके नज़रों के सामने होता है. सब लोगों ने लाइसेंस इशू किया विदाउट चेकिंग प्रॉपर्ली. दिस इज जस्ट माई फाइंडिंग एज अ पर्सन फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री, एज अ पर्सन फ्रॉम द टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री, एज अ पर्सन फ्रॉम द रेस्टोरेंट लाइन, as a person from the construction line. I have my personal experience from where we get all these licenses. I want justice to the people of India. 25 precious lives have been lost. I am very sad because of that. There is no politics in this, and the people who are responsible has to be booked. I am not taking one single person's name, but everyone who is involved. That is why I am waiting for the report. And everyone, right from the foundation, मूड से एंड तक जो भी लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व है उनको आप पहले FIR में ले लो, उनको अरेस्ट करो, इंटरोगेशन करो, चार्जशीट फाइल करो, लेट द कोर्ट डिसाइड. ये होना चाहिए.
These revelations truly sheds light on the deep-rooted corruption that led to the deadly fire. But the staunch steps are being taken. Administration is leaving no stone unturned to bring culprits responsible for the deadly fire to justice. The swift approach by the police has resulted in the detention of the Luthra brothers in Phuket, soon to be extradited.
मुझे लगता है कि जितना जल्दी हो सके तो गोवा पुलिस और CBI और बाकी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के एजेंसीज इनको लेके बहुत ही जल्दी गोवा में आएंगे. उनके ऊपर स्ट्रिक्ट कार्रवाई करते वक्त उनको हम बिहाइंड द बार डालेंगे. होम डिपार्टमेंट किसी भी तरह से इस तरह के इंसिडेंट इन फ्यूचर विल नॉट टॉलरेट. 2 ऑफिसर्स जो दोनों लेडी ऑफिसर थी वो कोऑपरेट कर रही हैं. वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए कल दोनों पुलिस स्टेशन में आके चली गई हैं, जो सभी अच्छी तरह से कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. तो उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन. लेकिन द एक ऑफिसर इज नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग, ही हैज नॉट कम टू द पुलिस स्टेशन. तो इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी. आगे इस तरह की दुर्घटना न हो इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि एनफोर्समेंट की टीम ऑलरेडी हमने लगाई है. कल से हमारी एनफोर्समेंट टीम इस तरह के हाई फुटफॉल वाले जितने सारे क्लब्स या रेस्टोरेंट हैं वहाँ पे खुद जा रहे हैं. उस एनफोर्समेंट टीम में सीनियर स्केल ऑफिसर्स हो, द फायर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर, कंस्ट्रक्शन बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन के ऑफिसर्स, इवन दो द फायर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का जो इंजीनियर्स वहाँ जाके विजिट कर रहे हैं. उसका चेकलिस्ट बना रहे हैं. इट इज़ ऑलमोस्ट द चेकलिस्ट एट गिवन. और हमें जहाँ जहाँ पे मेजर वायलेशन मिलते हैं उस मेजर वायलेशन में के क्लब्स हम बंद करेंगे.
Delhi's Rohini court dismissed the anticipatory bail plea of the Luthra brothers. Police also arrested a third partner, Ajay Gupta, who calls himself innocent.
I am sad for what has happened. I'm not a demon. I am sad for what has happened, but I didn't do it.
अजय गुप्ता क्या कहना चाहते हो? अजय गुप्ता.
बट सर लेकिन आपकी लापरवाही से 25 लोगों की जान गई है. आप ही मानते हैं सर?
I am a sleeping partner. I have no role in operations.
During Ajay's interrogation, Ajay revealed that the location of both Luthras and himself during the fatal incident. It was revealed that when police went to Ajay's Gurugram residence for his arrest, Ajay deliberately hid in a hospital in Lajpat Nagar. So what is next? Police core priority now lies in speeding the extradition process of the Luthra brothers who fled to Phuket hours after the fire. Once Thai immigration completes paperwork, they will issue what is effectively a deportation order. If all clearances move without delay, officials say brothers could be put on a flight to India within next 48 to 72 hours. The moment they land, they will be arrested. Goa police have already prepared the transit remand paperwork and a detailed case file, including fire department findings and digital evidence of ticket bookings minutes after the blaze. As the investigation widens and facts finally rise from the ashes, one thing is clear: the cover-ups are collapsing, the escapes are ending, and accountability is catching up fast.
Let's leave it at that, viewers, and shift our focus. The recent clashes between Thailand and Cambodia have resulted in significant human sufferings and displacement. The latest large-scale fighting was set off by a skirmish on Sunday that wounded Thai soldiers and derailed the ceasefire between both the South Asian neighbors. Now, both sides have accused each other of firing into civilian areas with artillery, rocket systems and even drones. Let's get you the details of what exactly unfolded.
Casualties continue to mount as fighting between Thai and Cambodian forces resumed along their shared borders. The Thai military was seen evacuating an injured by helicopter as fighting with the Cambodian forces at the border raged on. 3 Thai civilians were killed, marking the country's first civilian fatalities since the combat resumed. Dozen people have been reportedly killed in the latest fighting, while hundreds of thousands have been displaced so far. A house in the Thai province of Surin, close to the Thai-Cambodian border, was struck and damaged as border dispute continued unabated. Most of the residents in the conflict zone on both the sides of the frontier have been evacuated to shelters far away from the conflict. A farmer said that she left in the middle of a rice harvest and that her field remains unharvested. She is worried that she may not have food for the next year.
แล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วก็จะทำตามเราไหมล่ะไม่ใช่พูดบอกว่าจะทำแล้วแต่เอาความจริงแล้วเขาไม่ทำล่ะทำยังไงล่ะไม่ใช่เราจะเสียเปรียบเขาหรือว่าเราจะไม่เสียความรู้สึกตรงนั้นหมดใช่ไหมเราก็ต้องเร่งวิ่งอีกละมั้งหาแนวโลกอีกบอก
Several people, mostly Thai farming families, have huddled at temporary shelters, trying to keep to domestic routines. They have no idea when they can return home. For now, they wait and keep an eye on news updates from the television or social media. Both sides blame the other for the breakdown in the truce. Many displaced hope for peace, negotiation and agreement. However, they remain unsure if the leaders will follow through.
I'm shifting our focus, viewers. Tens of thousands joined the massive protest across Bulgaria, and they've accused the government of widespread corruption. The demonstrations came after the last week's protest that was sparked by the government's budget plans for higher taxes. Here's a detailed report.
Tens of thousands of people joined massive protests in major cities across Bulgaria, accusing the government of sponsoring widespread corruption. The demonstrations came after last week's protest wave that was marked by Bulgarian government's budget plans for higher taxes. The protesters' demands have since expanded to include calls for the centre-right government of Prime Minister to resign. In the capital, Sofia, protesters gathered on the central square between the buildings of the parliament, the government and the presidency. Chanting resignation and mafia, they called on minority coalition cabinet to step down.
Jack, go back to your mafia!
University students in Sofia joined the protests, which the organizers said outnumbered last week's rallies that drew over 50,000 people. Media estimates based on drone visuals put the number of protesters to over 1 lakh. Protests, however, largely remained peaceful and coincided with the upcoming 6th no-confidence motion against the government.
Ние не протестираме само за бюджета. Ние протестираме за сваляне на правителството, за тази безотговорност, за тази безхаберщина и за тази свинщина на България.
Democratic Bulgaria, the main organizer of the protests, have submitted a motion of no confidence against the government, which will now be put to vote.
Let's leave it at that, viewers, and shift our focus. Portugal is on the edge as the country heads into its first general strike in the 12 years. Two of the nation's biggest unions have called for a 24-hour walkout protesting a new labour reform package introduced by Prime Minister Luis Montenegro's government. The strike is expected to disrupt the public transport, the schools and even hospitals, and also the airport operations. Take a look at the full story.
Portugal woke up to widespread disruptions as workers across sectors began a 24-hour general strike. This is Portugal's first major strike in over a decade, showing the tension around the government's new labour reforms.
Bom, neste momento ainda está a iniciar-se a greve aqui no município de Lisboa, com a entrada dos condutores da remoção que conduzem os caminhões de lixo na cidade de Lisboa. A adesão está muito forte, aliás os trabalhadores compreenderam bem os motivos que levaram à marcação da greve geral.
Overnight, sanitation workers and metro staff were among the first to join the picket lines in Lisbon. The strike was called by the country's largest union, CGTP, and soon backed by UGT as well. The two unions said that the government's proposed labour package weakened workers' rights.
Aqueles que estão aqui são estes trabalhadores que aqui estão, que fazem a diferença todos os dias nas nossas vidas. Estes são a realidade do país e são estes que vivem com os baixos salários, com a desregulação dos horários de trabalho, com uma precariedade crescente e que hoje estão a exercer um direito que o governo também quer fragilizar, que é o direito à greve. Estão a fazer algo hoje que é um direito conquistado e algo hoje que lhes permite equilibrar uma balança que cada vez está mais desequilibrada no mundo do trabalho. É exercer o direito de greve. Portanto, neste momento de arranque da greve geral, há uma mensagem que a CGTP pretende passar a todos os trabalhadores, que lutem.
One of the most disputed changes limited how long breastfeeding mothers can request flexible working hours. Another controversial proposal reduced bereavement leave for women who suffer miscarriages. The reforms also make it easier for employers to dismiss workers, adding to union anger. Prime Minister's government argued that the reforms are needed to bring more flexibility to the job market. But critics said that the move comes at the cost of worker protection and basic dignity. Public transport, airports, schools and hospitals are among the worst hit by the nationwide shutdown. This level of unrest has not been seen since Portugal's economic crisis 12 years ago, when the country faced an international bailout.
Viewers, with that, we shift our focus and get you some more news and updates that we are tracking on Republic. Verona's iconic Roman Arena is getting a major accessibility and safety upgrade ahead of the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympic and the Paralympic Games. The 2,000-year-old monument will host the Olympic closing ceremony and the Paralympic opening ceremony. And for the first time, it's being redesigned to better welcome people with disabilities. Here's the full story.
Verona's ancient Roman arena is receiving its biggest makeover in decades. The upgrades come ahead of the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympics and the Paralympics. The arena will host the Olympic closing ceremony and the Paralympic opening ceremony.
We're here at the Arena of Verona, where for the Olympic Games there will be the ceremony of closure at the end of the Milan Cortina Games, and it will also be the ceremony of the opening for the Paralympic Games, which will come right after. For both of the ceremonies, they are retrofitting parts of the arena to make it more accessible to disabled people, but also to make it more easy to access for anybody who needs to grab a handrail or a small child who needs help walking or somebody with a cane.
Built in the 1st century, the monument has never been fully accessible to people with disabilities. The Games have triggered an €18 million project to improve accessibility and safety. The project includes safer sidewalks, new curb ramps, and fresh bike lanes around the arena. Inside, a new wheelchair accessible ramp is being added, designed to blend with the arena's ancient stone. The architects say that the upgrades must respect the site's history while supporting today's accessibility needs. New railings and handrails are being installed to make movement easier for everyone. Bathrooms are being renovated and additional ramps are being built for better access. After the Games, the arena will also get an elevator to allow people with limited mobility to reach to the top level. Officials say many of these improvements will stay permanently, a long-term gift to the city and its visitors.
We shift our focus, viewers, and get you some news and updates that we're tracking from California, where a shocking accident took place. 8 high school students were injured after a car suddenly veered off the road and plowed into a student running team in Anaheim. Authorities are now investigating whether the driver was under the influence at the time of the crash. Take a look.
A shocking car incident from California, where a car suddenly veered off the road, running into 8 students. Dramatic air visuals of the crash site in Anaheim show emergency crews surrounding the wrecked vehicle. 8 students, members of a high school running team, were hit while reportedly waiting at an intersection during their practice session. Authorities say that the students were aged between 16 and 17, all standing on the side wall when the driver suddenly lost control. It is reported that 3 people, including the driver, were rushed to the nearby hospitals, but their conditions are still unknown. As the Anaheim community reels from the shock of the accident, investigators are now probing whether the driver at the time of crash was under the influence.
And we shift our focus, viewers. A powerful moment in Oslo. Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado greeted supporters from a balcony after missing her own award ceremony. Her absence on Wednesday sparked mixed reactions back home, where many admired her for refusing to leave her homeland. Here's a report.
Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado arrived at a central Oslo hotel on Thursday, stepping onto a balcony to acknowledge a cheering crowd gathered below. She had been absent from Wednesday's Nobel Peace Prize ceremony, a decision that surprised many, as she has long vowed to stay in Venezuela despite political pressure. Her daughter accepted the Nobel Peace Prize on her behalf, turning the ceremony into a powerful rallying cry for democracy in Venezuela. Attendees in Oslo heard detailed accounts of alleged human rights abuses committed against critics and perceived opponents of President Nicolas Maduro.
Queremos volver a Venezuela. Queremos volver a casa.
Now, with Machado's confirmation with respect to European visit, it has once again shifted the global attention on Venezuela's political climate. Now all eyes are on Machado to see if she can leverage this upcoming Europe visit.
The Mumbai Customs Zone 3 seized a total of 43.263 kgs of hydroponic weed from passengers arriving from Bangkok was around rupees 43.263 crores and arrested the offenders under the NDPS Act. Customs officers detected the contraband using profiling and specific intelligence, with smugglers attempting concealment in trolleys and tamarind lumps. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Katargam area of Surat. More than 50 fire personnel and 8 fire tenders are carrying out the firefighting operations. No casualties are reported as of yet. Farmers staged a massive protest in Belgavi over various demands, including the implementation of the Swaminathan report, revising the FRP of sugarcane up to 9.5% and others. Chief Electoral Officer Dr. BVRC Purushottam held a review meeting with all the district magistrates on Thursday through video conference at the Secretariat. The meeting included a detailed review of preparedness for the upcoming SIR outreach to every voter of the district and ERO levels and matters related to the booth awareness group. Expelled Congress MLA Rahul Mamkutathi, who had been absconding for the past 15 days in 2 alleged rape cases, arrived to cast his vote in Palakkad. Rahul cast his vote at the St. Sebastian School. And moving on, viewers, the recent clashes between Thailand and Cambodia have resulted in significant human suffering and displacement. The latest large-scale fighting was set off by a skirmish on Sunday that wounded Thai soldiers and derailed a ceasefire between the Southeast Asian neighbours, Thailand and Cambodia. Both sides have accused each other of firing into civilian areas with artillery, rocket systems and drones. Here is a detailed report.
Casualties continue to mount as fighting between Thai and Cambodian forces resumed along their shared borders. The Thai military was seen evacuating an injured by helicopter as fighting with the Cambodian forces at the border raged on. 3 Thai civilians were killed, marking the country's first civilian fatalities since the combat resumed. Dozen people have been reportedly killed in the latest fighting, while hundreds of thousands have been displaced so far. A house in the Thai province of Surin, close to the Thai-Cambodian border, was struck and damaged as border dispute continued unabated. Most of the residents in the conflict zone on both the sides of the frontier have been evacuated to shelters far away from the conflict. A farmer said that she left in the middle of a rice harvest and that her field remains unharvested. She is worried that she may not have food for the next year.
ว่าเจรจาเราจะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วก็จะตามเราไหมล่ะไม่ใช่พูดบอกว่าจะทำแล้วแต่เอาความจริงแล้วเขาไม่ทำล่ะทำยังไงล่ะไม่ใช่เราจะเสียเปรียบเขาหรือว่าเราจะไม่เสียความรู้สึกตรงนั้นบอกใช่ไหมเราก็ต้องเร่งวิ่งอีกละมั้งหาแนวโลกอีกบอก
Several people, mostly Thai farming families, have huddled at temporary shelters, trying to keep to domestic routines. They have no idea when they can return home. For now, they wait and keep an eye on news updates from the television or social media. Both sides blame the other for the breakdown in the truce.
ได้เฮ้ยเซลล์โนองเวียลเซมเด้งประมูลบ้านมูบ่ไล่ตะไคร้ร่วนน้ำกรดก็ได้บ้านอุ้ยโฮบดีเซลล์โนองเวียลเซมจนบ้านดอดตี
Many displaced hope for peace, negotiation and agreement. However, they remain unsure if the leaders will follow through.
And viewers, that is all we have for this edition. More news and updates we are covering on the other side. We get you more details as a 4-member DGCA committee is going to once again question Indigo's CEO on the airline crisis.
Our pure
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, ब्लड नीचे से।
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. Well, our focus is going to be on the Indigo crisis that is only deepening, with a 4-member committee of the DGCA once again to question the Indigo CEO. We get you the updates, but first the headlines. Rohini court denies interim bail plea of the Luthra brothers, Thailand to deport the Luthras soon. Kartigai Deepam Rao intensifies in Tamil Nadu. Madras High Court to hear the contempt case against the District Collector, Madurai City Commissioner today. Union Cabinet is likely to clear India-Oman Free Trade Pact. 4-member DGCA committee to question Indigo CEO again on the airline crisis. India-US trade talks conclude. MEA calls discussion constructive and positive. Mini truck plunges into the deep gorge in Arunachal Pradesh. 21 labourers feared dead. We have some breaking news coming in this morning from Karnataka, where Congress MLAs have remarked Their remarks have sparked a controversy. Congress MLA Raju Khage, while blaming his own government, said North Karnataka is suffering and the only solution is a separate state. Listening to what the MLA had mentioned.
ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ತಾರತಮ್ಯ ಇದು? ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಸುಣ್ಣ, ಒಬ್ಬರ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಸುಣ್ಣ, ಒಬ್ಬರ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಬೆನ್ನಿನ? ನಾವೇನು ಪಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡದವರು? ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗೇ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಕೊಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಇರುವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೊಬ್ಬರೇ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಕೂಗು ಮಾಡವರೇ. 224 MLAಗಳು ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ, ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಂಘಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಕೂಗನ್ನು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡವ. ಏನು ಇರಲೇಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸಾಯಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಸಾಯುವ ಮಟ್ಟ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ ಆಗ್ಲೇಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಥರ ನಮಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು? ತಡಿಯಣ್ಣ ನೀನು ಬಸ.
More breaking news coming in. Congress MLA Raju Khage also mocked his own government, says simple projects are taking 2 to 4 years to complete. As the Congress government completes 2.5 years in Karnataka, the controversies haven't stopped brewing, and now the question is, Congress's own MLA unhappy with the government? We will listen into what Raju Khage had said in terms of mocking his own government. We'll play out that soundbite for you. We'll play out that soundbite. But once again, let me give you the details. Karnataka Congress MLA Raju Khage mocked his own government and said simple projects are taking 2 to 4 years to complete. 2 to 4 years to complete. As the Congress government completes 2.5 years in Karnataka, the controversies haven't stopped brewing. And now the question is, Congress's own MLA unhappy with the government. One side, the power tussle. The other side, the Congress MLA is mocking his own government during the assembly, questioning the work done. Let's listen to that soundbite coming in.
ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಬೇಕು? ಉಳಿದ MLAಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸನಾಗ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾರೋ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ಕ 2 ವರ್ಷ 3 ವರ್ಷ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಲಾಗತೈತಿ. ಒಂದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸರ್, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಪ್ಪೂರ್ನಾಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ AW ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಆಡಳಿತದಿಂದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಬೇಕು. ಕೆಲವು ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ನಾವು ಈಗ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ನಾವೇನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಲ ಹೋಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಬೇರೆ MLAಗಳು ಕೈ ಹೊಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನೂ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ ಸರ್.
And viewers, with that, let's now shift our focus. Indigo's operational crisis is far from over. The airline's CEO has been summoned again. Peter Albers has been called in by the DGCA for a second round of questioning, and with the government stepping in, High Court monitoring the situation and pressure mounting from all sides, Indigo is facing one of the toughest moments yet. Here's the full report. Take a look.
Indigo's operational crisis continues to deepen, and now airline CEO has been summoned once again. CEO Peter Albers has been asked to appear before the DGCA today for the second round of questioning over the massive flight disruptions. This comes even as Indigo struggles to recover from its worst operational breakdown till date. Since December 2, hundreds of flights have been cancelled across Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai and Delhi, leaving passengers stranded for hours.
The government has taken a tough line, directing Indigo to scale down operations to stabilize schedules. Between December 1 and 9, over 8.86 lakh PNRs were cancelled, forcing Indigo to issue refunds worth Rs 900.8 crores. The crisis reached the Delhi High Court after an urgent petition sought immediate intervention. The court sharply questioned the centre over how the situation was allowed to spiral this far. It further directed that all rules on compensation for stranded passengers must be strictly followed by Indigo. With the High Court monitoring developments and the government tracking each move, Indigo faces mounting pressure to restore stability fast. A full regulatory audit is now on the table as the airline fights to bring its operations back on track.
And moving on, viewers, thousands and tens of thousands joined the massive protests across Bulgaria, accusing the government of widespread corruption. Now, the demonstrations came after last week's protests that were sparked by the government's budget plans for the higher taxes. Let us look at these details coming in as we break down how the entire situation unfolded.
Tens of thousands of people joined massive protests in major cities across Bulgaria, accusing the government of sponsoring widespread corruption. The demonstrations came after last week's protest wave that was marked by Bulgarian government's budget plans for higher taxes. The protesters' demands have since expanded to include calls for the centre-right government of Prime Minister to resign. In the capital, Sofia, protesters gathered on the central square between the buildings of the parliament, the government and the presidency. Chanting resignation and mafia, they called on minority coalition cabinet to step down. University students in Sofia joined the protests, which the organizers said outnumbered last week's rallies that drew over 50,000 people. Media estimates based on drone visuals put the number of protesters to over 1 lakh. Protests, however, largely remained peaceful and coincided with the upcoming 6th no-confidence motion against the government.
Ние не протестираме само за бюджета. Ние протестираме за сваляне на правителството, за тази безотговорност, за тази безхаберщина и за тази свинщина на България.
Democratic Bulgaria, the main organizer of the protests, have submitted a motion of no confidence against the government, which will now be put to vote.
And viewers, now let's once again get you the focus as we continue to bring you updates from Thailand and Cambodia. The recent clashes between the two nations have resulted in significant human sufferings and even displacement. Now, the latest large-scale fighting was set off by a recent skirmish that was set off on Sunday. It even wounded the Thai soldiers and also derailed a ceasefire between the Southeast Asian neighbors. Now, both sides have accused each other of firing into the civilian areas with artillery, rocket systems and drones. Take a look at this detailed report.
Casualties continue to mount as fighting between Thai and Cambodian forces resumed along their shared borders. The Thai military was seen evacuating an injured by helicopter as fighting with the Cambodian forces at the border raged on. 3 Thai civilians were killed, marking the country's first civilian fatalities since the combat resumed. Dozen people have been reportedly killed in the latest fighting, while hundreds of thousands have been displaced so far. A house in the Thai province of Surin, close to the Thai-Cambodian border, was struck and damaged as border dispute continued unabated. Most of the residents in the conflict zone on both the sides of the frontier have been evacuated to shelters far away from the conflict. A farmer said that she left in the middle of a rice harvest and that her field remains unharvested. She is worried that she may not have food for the next year.
แล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วก็จะทำตามเราไหมล่ะไม่ใช่พูดบอกว่าจะทำแล้วแต่เอาความจริงแล้วเขาไม่ทำล่ะทำยังไงล่ะไม่ใช่เราจะเสียเปรียบเขาหรือว่าเราจะไม่เสียความรู้สึกตรงนั้นหมดใช่ไหมเราก็ต้องเร่งวิ่งอีกละมั้งหาแนวโลกอีกบอก
Several people, mostly Thai farming families, have huddled at temporary shelters, trying to keep to domestic routines. They have no idea when they can return home. For now, they wait and keep an eye on news updates from the television or social media. Both sides blame the other for the breakdown in the truce.
ได้เฮ้ยเราหนังเวียดเสมเด้งประมูลบ้านมูบ่ไล่ตัดไล่ด้วนน้ำกรดก็ได้บ้านอุ้ยโฮบดีพอเราหนังเวียดเสมจนบ้านดอกตี
Many displaced hope for peace, negotiation and agreement. However, they remain unsure if the leaders will follow through.
Moving on, viewers, tens of thousands joined the massive protest across Bulgaria accusing the government of widespread corruption. The demonstrations came after last week's protest that was sparked by government's budget plans for higher taxes. Here's the detailed report.
Tens of thousands of people joined massive protests in major cities across Bulgaria, accusing the government of sponsoring widespread corruption. The demonstrations came after last week's protest wave that was marked by Bulgarian government's budget plans for higher taxes. The protesters' demands have since expanded to include calls for the centre-right government of Prime Minister to resign. In the capital, Sofia, protesters gathered on the central square between the buildings of the parliament, the government and the presidency. Chanting resignation and mafia, they called on minority coalition cabinet to step down. University students in Sofia joined the protests, which the organizers said outnumbered last week's rallies that drew over 50,000 people. Media estimates based on drone visuals put the number of protesters to over 1 lakh. Protests, however, largely remained peaceful and coincided with the upcoming 6th no-confidence motion against the government.
Ние не протестираме само за бюджета. Ние протестираме за сваляне на правителството, за тази безотговорност, за тази безхаберщина и за тази свинщина България.
Democratic Bulgaria, the main organizer of the protests, have submitted a motion of no confidence against the government, which will now be put to vote.
Moving on, viewers, Portugal is on the edge as the country heads into its first general strike in 12 years. Two of the nation's biggest unions have called for a 24-hour walkout, protesting a new labour reform package introduced by Prime Minister Luis Montenegro's government. The strike is expected to disrupt public transport, schools, hospitals and even the airport operations. Here's the full story.
Portugal woke up to widespread disruptions as workers across sectors began a 24-hour general strike. This is Portugal's first major strike in over a decade, showing the tension around the government's new labour reforms.
Bom, neste momento ainda está a iniciar-se a greve aqui no município de Lisboa, com a entrada dos condutores da remoção que conduzem os caminhões do lixo na cidade de Lisboa. A adesão está muito forte, aliás os trabalhadores compreenderam bem os motivos que levaram à marcação da greve geral.
Overnight, sanitation workers and metro staff were among the first to join the picket lines in Lisbon. The strike was called by the country's largest union, CGTP, and soon backed by UGT as well. The two unions said that the government's proposed labour package weakened workers' rights.
Aqueles que estão aqui são estes trabalhadores que aqui estão, que fazem a diferença todos os dias nas nossas vidas. Estes são a realidade do país e são estes que vivem com os baixos salários, com a desregulação dos horários de trabalho, com uma precariedade crescente e que hoje estão a exercer um direito que o Governo também quer fragilizar, que é o direito à greve. Estão a fazer algo hoje que é um direito conquistado e algo hoje que lhes permite equilibrar uma balança que cada vez está mais desequilibrada no mundo do trabalho, é exercer o direito de greve. Portanto, neste momento de arranque da greve geral, há uma mensagem que a CGTP pretende passar a todos os trabalhadores, que lutem.
One of the most disputed changes limited how long breastfeeding mothers can request flexible working hours. Another controversial proposal reduced bereavement leave for women who suffer miscarriages. The reforms also make it easier for employers to dismiss workers, adding to union anger. Prime Minister's government argued that the reforms are needed to bring more flexibility to the job market. But critics said that the move comes at the cost of worker protection and basic dignity. Public transport, airports, schools and hospitals are among the worst hit by the nationwide shutdown. This level of unrest has not been seen since Portugal's economic crisis 12 years ago, when the country faced an international bailout.
And we shift our focus, viewers. Verona's iconic Roman arena is getting a major accessibility and safety upgrade ahead of the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympic as well as the Paralympic Games. The 2,000-year-old monument will host the Olympic closing ceremony and the Paralympic opening ceremony. And for the first time, it is being redesigned to better welcome people with disabilities. Take a look.
Verona's ancient Roman arena is receiving its biggest makeover in decades. The upgrades come ahead of the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympics and the Paralympics. The arena will host the Olympic closing ceremony and the Paralympic opening ceremony.
We're here at the Arena of Verona, where for the Olympic Games, there will be the ceremony of closure at the end of the Milan Cortina Games, and it will also be the ceremony of the opening for the Paralympic Games, which will come right after. For both of the ceremonies, they are retrofitting parts of the arena to make it more accessible to disabled people, but also to make it more easy to access for anybody who needs to grab a handrail or a small child who needs help walking or somebody with a cane.
Built in the 1st century, the monument has never been fully accessible to people with disabilities. The Games have triggered an €18 million project to improve accessibility and safety. The project includes safer sidewalks, new curb ramps, and fresh bike lanes around the arena. Inside, a new wheelchair accessible ramp is being added, designed to blend with the arena's ancient stone. The architects say that the upgrades must respect the site's history while supporting today's accessibility needs. New railings and handrails are being installed to make movement easier for everyone. Bathrooms are being renovated and additional ramps are being built for better access. After the Games, the arena will also get an elevator to allow people with limited mobility to reach to the top level. Officials say many of these improvements will stay permanently, a long-term gift to the city and its visitors.
Breaking news coming in. Donald Trump has warned of continuation of Ukraine war escalating into the Third World War. US President Donald Trump on Thursday issued a stark warning. He said that the prolonged Russia-Ukraine conflict risks escalating into a global conflict. The president said that things like this could escalate into a Third World War. That's the big statement coming in. Things like this can end up into the Third World War. That is a strong message being issued by US President Donald Trump. He's issued this stark warning and he said that if this continues, it is going to turn into a global conflict. The Ukraine-Russia war may turn into a global conflict if it continues. Big statement coming in from Donald Trump. With that, viewers, we will get you more details on this, and let's now shift our focus. Moving on, viewers, to more news and updates that we are tracking for you. A shocking accident out of California is being reported where 8 high school students were injured after a car suddenly veered off the road and plowed into a student running team in Anaheim. Authorities are now investigating whether the driver was under the influence of any toxic material at that point in time. We get you the details of what exactly happened during the crash.
A shocking car incident from California where a car suddenly veered off the road running into 8 students. Dramatic air visuals of the crash site in Anaheim show emergency crews surrounding the wrecked vehicle. 8 students, members of a high school running team, were hit while reportedly waiting at an intersection during their practice session. Authorities say that the students were aged between 16 and 17, all standing on the side wall when the driver suddenly lost control. It is reported that 3 people, including the driver, were rushed to the nearby hospitals, but their conditions are still unknown. As the Anaheim community reels from the shock of the accident, investigators are now probing whether the driver at the time of crash was under the influence.
Moving on, viewers, there was a powerful moment in Oslo where Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado greeted supporters from a balcony after missing her own award ceremony. Her absence on Wednesday sparked mixed reactions back home, where many admired her for refusing to leave her homeland. Take a look.
Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado arrived at a central Oslo hotel on Thursday. Stepping onto a balcony to acknowledge a cheering crowd gathered below. She had been absent from Wednesday's Nobel Peace Prize ceremony, a decision that surprised many, as she has long vowed to stay in Venezuela despite political pressure. Her daughter accepted the Nobel Peace Prize on her behalf, turning the ceremony into a powerful rallying cry for democracy in Venezuela. Attendees in Oslo heard detailed accounts of alleged human rights abuses committed against critics and perceived opponents of President Nicolas Maduro.
Queremos volver a Venezuela. Queremos volver a
casa. Now, with Machado's confirmation with respect to European visit, it has once again shifted the global attention on Venezuela's political climate. Now all eyes are on Machado to see if she can leverage this upcoming Europe visit.
Moving on, viewers, a major push to what we are given to understand at this point in time. There is a major push in Jammu and Kashmir, as the government has in fact let out the job letters. They were handed on to dozens of families affected by terrorism. In fact, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha says there were class left unresolved for years, and the families say that the journey to this point has been anything but easy. Here's a report.
In the aftermath of terror, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha handed over government job appointment letters to families affected by terrorism, a total of 82 kins. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha empathized with the kins and took a dig at the previous ruling leaders for keeping the letters on hold.
और सबसे बड़ी बात ये, जानबूझकर जिन परिवारों को न्याय से वंचित रखा गया था, उन्हें न्याय न देकर के उनके जीवन में बदलाव कोई सकारात्मक न आवे, इसका प्रयत्न किया गया था ताकि वह देश और समाज को आगे बढ़ने में अपना योगदान न दे सके.
According to the Lieutenant Governor, 41 of these appointments are for people who lost their relatives in terrorist attacks.
अभी आपके सम्मुख 82 परिवारों को नियुक्ति पत्र नेक्स्ट ऑफ किन को उनके निकटस्थ लोगों को दिया गया है. उसमें 41 नियुक्ति पत्र ऐसे हैं जिनके परिजनों ने आतंकवाद में अपनी जान गंवाई थी.
Relatives of the victims also spoke about their experiences.
सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप जो हैं मनकोट के रहने वाले हैं, क्या हुआ था, नुकसान कैसे हुआ?
सर मैं 2003 में मेरे फादर को एनकाउंटर के अंदर मार दिया था। मैं एलजी साहब का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि जिन्होंने इतने अरसे के बाद जो है अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है मेरे सामने।
सर उसके बाद क्योंकि काफ़ी समय हो गया आपके पिता की डेथ को, 2003 25 22 साल का वक्फा था, तो तब कभी आप जाते थे, पूछते थे क्या बना, क्या बताते थे?
वापस भेज देती थी, जब भी जाते थे तो वापस भेज बोलते थे कि नहीं अभी कुछ नहीं है रोल।
अब जाके मतलब 22 साल बाद नौकरी में?
साल बाद सर। हाँ सर।
तो खुशी भी होती है?
खुशी सर बहुत हुई है, हमें बहुत बहुत खुशी हुई है सर कि हमें अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है सामने हैं सर।
82 families have received their appointment letters, among them 41 who lost loved ones to terrorism. For many, it's the first sign that years of being unheard may finally be shifting.
We take a break, viewers. More news and updates coming up next as 4-member DGCA committee to question Indigo CEO again on the airline crisis.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top headlines coming in. Rohini court denies interim bail plea of the Luthra brothers. Thailand to deport the Luthras soon. Deepam Rao intensifies in Tamil Nadu. Madras High Court to hear contempt case against District Collector Madurai City Commissioner today. Union Cabinet is likely to clear India-Oman Free Trade Pact. 4-member DGCA committee to question Indigo CEO again on airline crisis. India-US trade talks conclude. MEA calls the discussion constructive and positive. Mini truck plunges into deep gorge in Arunachal Pradesh. 21 labourers fear dead. Viewers, the top focus this hour. Indigo's operational crisis is far from over. The airline CEO has been summoned again. That's a development coming in. He has been called in by the DGCA for a second round of questioning, and with the government stepping in, High Court monitoring the situation and the pressure mounting from all the sides, Indigo is facing one of its toughest moments yet. Here's the full report.
Indigo's operational crisis continues to deepen, and now airline CEO has been summoned once again. CEO Peter Elbers has been asked to appear before the DGCA today for the second round of questioning over the massive flight disruptions. This comes even as Indigo struggles to recover from its worst operational breakdown till date. Since December 2, hundreds of flights have been cancelled across Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai and Delhi, leaving passengers stranded for hours. The government has taken a tough line, directing Indigo to scale down operations to stabilize schedules. Between December 1 and 9, over 8.86 lakh PNRs were cancelled, forcing Indigo to issue refunds worth Rs 900.8 crores. The crisis reached the Delhi High Court after an urgent petition sought immediate intervention. The court sharply questioned the centre over how the situation was allowed to spiral this far. It further directed that all rules on compensation for stranded passengers must be strictly followed by Indigo. With the High Court monitoring developments and the government tracking each move, Indigo faces mounting pressure to restore stability fast. A full regulatory audit is now on the table as the airline fights to bring its operations back on track.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has come under intense scrutiny following revelations that his government has spent over Rs 47 crore on helicopter and special aircraft travel between 2023 and November 2025. The expenditure disclosed in the Legislative Council has triggered a fierce attack from the opposition, which says the numbers contradict Siddaramaiah's long projected image as a socialist leader.
समाजवादी का मॉडल हवाई से आना जाना है क्या? पहले सांतवेरी गोपाल गौड़ा नेता रहे, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर राम मनोहर लोहिया के जैसे नेता रहे, जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस के जैसे नेता रहे। वो लोग सिंप्लिसिटी के वजह से वो उसका आइडेंटिटी थे। अपना सीएम कहता है समाजवादी, करता है स्व मजावादी। उसके वजह से हवाई से आना जाना सीएम को उतना हमेशा हवाई से आना जाना, मैसूर अच्छा रास्ता है, बेंगलोर से मैसूर जाना आप रास्ते में भी मैक्सिमम 1.5 घंटा लगता है। उसको भी हवाई उपयोग किया, हेलीकॉप्टर को उपयोग किया। उसका मतलब सिंपल मैन कह सकता है क्या?
He spent money 5 crores to Mysore to Bangalore, Bangalore to Mysore. What distance is there for Bangalore to Mysore? If we used car, only within 2 hours we can reach Mysore. वो समाजवाद का विचारधारा से निकले हुए मुख्यमंत्री सिद्धरामैया जी है, लेकिन वो स्पेंट किया है 47 crores 38 lakhs। इतना बड़ा अमाउंट को कैसे यूज किया? ये मेरा प्रश्न है।
Viewers, we just heard the BJP attacking Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who has come under heavy scrutiny now. And this is following revelations that his government has spent over 47 crores on several matters. That includes his air travel search.
$47 crores have been disbursed under the Chief Minister aerial expenses in the last 1.5 years. So how do you see this?
See, I saw that to travel to Mysore, you used a chopper.
It is well connected by train, rail. I still remember when Yediyurappa ji was traveling throughout Karnataka, he used to travel by train. By and large. See, as Chief Minister, he has to spend the exchequer money in a responsible way. 47 crores is a huge amount. I wanted to know what is the span of time that he has utilized this money. See, the crisis that is going on in Karnataka, it is financial crisis. They are not releasing the payment of so many people, so many employees of the government, and at the same time, the ad hoc workers who are working with us, PAs, they have not been paid. Last month's salary is still due for them. Keeping all this in mind, can a CM use the chopper recklessly when there is no way to go? Aerial survey, it can be conducted. Until and unless it warrants, he cannot use it in a free way.
And we move out of that, and viewers, we get you more news and updates. A major push in Jammu and Kashmir as the government job letters were handed to dozens of families affected by terrorism. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha says that these were cases left unresolved for years, and the families say that the journey to this point has been anything else but easy. Here's a report.
In the aftermath of terror, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha handed over government job appointment letters to families affected by terrorism, a total of 82 kins. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha empathized with the kins and took a dig at the previous ruling leaders for keeping the letters on hold.
और सबसे बड़ी बात ये, जानबूझकर जिन परिवारों को न्याय से वंचित रखा गया था, उन्हें न्याय न देकर के उनके जीवन में बदलाव कोई सकारात्मक न आवे, इसका प्रयत्न किया गया था ताकि वह देश और समाज को आगे बढ़ने में अपना योगदान न दे सके.
According to the Lieutenant Governor, 41 of these appointments are for people who lost their relatives in terrorist attacks.
अभी आपके सम्मुख 82 परिवारों को नियुक्ति पत्र नेक्स्ट ऑफ किन को उनके निकटस्थ लोगों को दिया गया है. उसमें 41 नियुक्ति पत्र ऐसे हैं जिनके परिजनों ने आतंकवाद में अपनी जान गंवाई थी.
Relatives of the victims also spoke about their experiences.
सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप जो हैं मनकोट के रहने वाले हैं, क्या हुआ था, नुकसान कैसे हुआ?
सर, मैं 2003 में मेरे फादर को एनकाउंटर के अंदर मार दिया था. मैं एलजी साहब का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि जिन्होंने इतने अरसे के बाद जो है अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है मेरे साथ पे.
सर, उसके बाद क्योंकि काफ़ी समय हो गया आपके पिता की डेथ को, 2003, 25, 22 साल का वक्फा था, तो तब कभी आप जाते थे, पूछते थे क्या बना, क्या बताते थे?
वापस भेज देते थे. जब भी जाते थे तो वापस बोलते थे कि नहीं, अभी कुछ नहीं है रोल.
अब जाके मतलब 22 साल बाद नौकरी में?
साल बाद सर. हाँ सर.
तो खुशी भी होती है?
खुशी सर बहुत हुई है, हमें बहुत खुशी हुई है सर कि हमें अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है सौंपे हैं सर.
82 families have received their appointment letters, among them 41 who lost loved ones to terrorism. For many, it's the first sign that years of being unheard may finally be shifting.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. viewers, MEA fact-check unit debunks the fake letter attributed to Jaishankar on Rafale deal. The Ministry of External Affairs fact-check unit has dismissed a fake viral letter purportedly written by External Affairs Minister Jaishankar to the French embassy regarding the Rafale deal. The unit clarified that the alleged communication alleging that information on Rafale deliveries had been leaked is entirely fabricated. It is entirely fabricated. Viewers, in a post on X, the MEA The Mumbai Customs Zone 3 seized a total of 43.263 kilograms of hydroponic wheat from passengers arriving from Bangkok, worth around rupees 43.263 crores, and arrested the offenders under the NDPS Act. Customs officers detected the contraband using profiling and specific intelligence, with smugglers attempting concealment in trolleys and tamarind lumps. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Katargam area of Surat. More than 55 personnel and 8 fire tenders are carrying out the firefighting operation. No casualties are reported as of yet. Farmers staged a massive protest in Belgavi over various demands, including the implementation of the Swaminathan report, revising the FRP of sugar cane up to 9.5% and others. Chief Electoral Officer Dr. BVRC Purushottam held a review meeting with all the district magistrates on Thursday through video conference at the Secretariat. The meeting included a detailed review of preparations for the upcoming special intensive revision in Uttarakhand, the outreach to every voter at the district at the ERO levels, and the matters related to the booth awareness group. Expelled Congress MLA Rahul Mamkutathi, who had been absconding for the past 15 days in 2 alleged rape cases, arrived in to cast his vote in Palakkad. Rahul cast his vote at the St. Sebastian School. We move on, viewers. The recent clashes between Thailand and Cambodia have resulted in significant human suffering and displacement. The latest large-scale fighting was set off by a skirmish on Sunday that wounded Thai soldiers and derailed a ceasefire between the Southeast Asian neighbors Thailand and Cambodia. Now, both sides have accused each other of firing into civilian areas with artillery, with rocket system and even drones. Take a look at this report for more details.
Casualties continue to mount as fighting between Thai and Cambodian forces resumed along their shared borders. The Thai military was seen evacuating an injured by helicopter as fighting with the Cambodian forces at the border raged on. 3 Thai civilians were killed, marking the country's first civilian fatalities since the combat resumed. Dozen people have been reportedly killed in the latest fighting, while hundreds of thousands have been displaced so far. A house in the Thai province of Surin, close to the Thai-Cambodian border, was struck and damaged as border dispute continued unabated. Most of the residents in the conflict zone on both the sides of the frontier have been evacuated to shelters far away from the conflict. A farmer said that she left in middle of a rice harvest and that her field remains unharvested. She is worried that she may not have food for the next year.
ว่าเจรจาเราจะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วก็จะทำตามเราไหมล่ะไม่ใช่พูดบอกว่าจะทำแล้วแต่เอาความจริงแล้วเขาไม่ทำล่ะทำยังไงล่ะไม่ใช่เราจะเสียเปรียบเขาหรือว่าเราจะไม่เสียความรู้สึกตรงนั้นบอกใช่ไหมเราก็ต้องเร่งวิ่งอีกละมั้งหาแนวโลกอีกบอก
Several people, mostly Thai farming families, have huddled at temporary shelters. trying to keep to domestic routines. They have no idea when they can return home. For now, they wait and keep an eye on news updates from the television or social media. Both sides blame the other for the breakdown in the truce. Many displaced hope for peace, negotiation and agreement. However, they remain unsure if the leaders will follow through.
And moving on, viewers, let's put our focus into the Goa tragic fire. It began as a fire in the Goa nightclub, which has now ripped open a web of corruption, negligence and even a desperate attempt to flee the law. The explosive revelations from an arrested partner, a damning admissions from a senior BJP MLA and even a high-speed international chase for the Luthra brothers. Let us take a detailed look at this report.
What started as a simple probe into a fire tragedy in Goa has now turned into a rabbit hole of several corruption instances. From security lapses that occurred due to the negligence of the government officials to fleeing of the alleged accused Luthra brothers has put a big question mark on the state government's accountability. In an exclusive but off-camera chat with Republic TV, BJP MLA Michael Lobo made some serious admissions.
I'm waiting for them to come out. See, I have to also give them time. So let them come out with their story. See, ये सब कुछ क्यों हो गया? क्योंकि सारे डिपार्टमेंट ने लाइसेंस दिया. Most important thing is fire and emergency services have totally closed their eyes and given them license. They should have inspected. They have not done the inspection.
All the departments, fire, revenue, excise, construction, town planning.
No, town planning आया ही नहीं क्योंकि town planning को bypass किया ये लोग. Local authority has the power and in their jurisdiction जो भी होता है उनके नज़रों के सामने होता है. सब लोगों ने license issue किया without checking properly. This is just my finding as a person from the industry, as a person from the tourism industry, as a person from the restaurant line, as a person from the construction line. I have my personal experience from where we get all these licenses. I want justice to the people of India. 25 precious lives have been lost. I am very sad because of that. There is no politics in this, and the people who are responsible has to be booked. I am not taking one single person's name, but everyone who is involved. That is why I am waiting for the report. And everyone, right from the foundation, mood से end तक, जो भी लोग इसमें involved है, उनको आप पहले FIR में ले लो, उनको arrest करो, interrogation करो, charge sheet file करो, let the court decide. ये होना चाहिए.
These revelations truly sheds light on the deep-rooted corruption that led to the deadly fire. But the staunch steps are being taken. Administration is leaving no stone unturned to bring culprits responsible for the deadly fire to justice. The swift approach by the police has resulted in the detention of the Luthra brothers in Phuket, soon to be extradited.
मुझे लगता है कि जितना जल्दी हो सके तो गोवा पुलिस और CBI और बाकी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के एजेंसीज इनको लेके बहुत ही जल्दी गोवा में आएंगे. उनके ऊपर स्ट्रिक्ट कार्रवाई करते वक्त उनको हम बिहाइंड द बार डालेंगे. होम डिपार्टमेंट किसी भी तरह से इस तरह के इंसिडेंट इन फ्यूचर विल नॉट टॉलरेट. 2 ऑफिसर्स जो दोनों लेडी ऑफिसर थी वो कोऑपरेट कर रही हैं. वो इन इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए कल दोनों पुलिस स्टेशन में आके चली गई हैं, जो सभी अच्छी तरह से कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. तो उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन. लेकिन द एक ऑफिसर ही इज नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग, ही हैज नॉट कम टू द पुलिस स्टेशन. तो इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी. आगे इस तरह की दुर्घटना न हो, इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि एनफोर्समेंट की टीम ऑलरेडी हमने लगाई है. कल से हमारी एनफोर्समेंट टीम इस तरह के हाई फुटफॉल वाले जितने सारे क्लब्स या रेस्टोरेंट हैं वहाँ पे खुद जा रहे हैं. उस एनफोर्समेंट टीम में सीनियर स्केल ऑफिसर्स हो, द फायर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर, कंस्ट्रक्शन बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन के ऑफिसर्स, इवन दो द फायर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का जो इंजीनियर्स वहाँ जाके विजिट कर रहे हैं, उसका चेकलिस्ट बना रहे हैं. इट इज़ ऑलमोस्ट द चेकलिस्ट एट गिवन. और हमें जहाँ जहाँ पे मेजर वायलेशन मिलते हैं उस मेजर वायलेशन में के क्लब्स हम बंद करेंगे.
Delhi's Rohini court dismissed the anticipatory bail plea of the Luthra brothers. Police also arrested a third partner, Ajay Gupta, who calls himself innocent.
I am sad for what has happened. I'm not a dement. I am sad for what has happened, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
अजय गुप्ता क्या कहना चाहते हो? अजय गुप्ता.
बट सर लेकिन आपकी लापरवाही से 25 लोगों की जान गई है. आप भी मानते हैं सर?
I am a sleeping partner. I have no role in operations.
During Ajay's interrogation, Ajay revealed that the location of both Luthras and himself during the fatal incident. It was revealed that when police went to Ajay's Gurugram residence for his arrest, Ajay deliberately hid in a hospital in Lajpat Nagar. So what is next? Police core priority now lies in speeding the extradition process of the Luthra brothers who fled to Phuket hours after the fire. Once Thai immigration completes paperwork, they will issue what is effectively a deportation order. If all clearances move without delay, officials say brothers could be put on a flight to India within next 48 to 72 hours. The moment they land, they will be arrested. Goa police have already prepared the transit remand paperwork and a detailed case file including fire department findings and digital evidence of ticket bookings minutes after the blaze. As the investigation widens and facts finally rise from the ashes, one thing is clear: the cover-ups are collapsing, the escapes are ending, and accountability is catching up fast.
And viewers, we have some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Breaking developments of a very, very tragic incident that is being reported, where a private bus has in fact met with an accident and several passengers are also feared dead. A private bus has overturned in Ghat Road in Alluri. 15 passengers have been feared dead. A terrible accident occurred in Alluri, Sitamaraju district. A private bus from Chittoor district lost control and overturned. It is reported that up to 15 people died in the incident. 15 people have already died in the incident after the bus overturned. After receiving the information, the police along with the locals took up the rescue operations, and the accident took place while they were going to Annavaram after visiting a temple in Bhadrachalam. That's the latest coming in, viewers. As far as these breaking developments that we are covering from Andhra, where a private bus overturned in Ghat Road in Alluri, Sitamaraju district. 15 passengers have been feared dead. 15 passengers, viewers. A terrible accident has occurred in Alluri, Sitamaraju district. A private bus from Chittoor district lost control and also overturned. It is reported that during this accident, 15 people have lost their lives. The locals and the police took up the rescue operation. We are showing you the disturbing images also. The bus had overturned in Chittoor in Andhra Pradesh. The locals and the police had carried out the immediate rescue. Aishwarya, my colleague, joins me on the phone line. Aishwarya, what exactly happened and what is the situation now? Are there any other passengers who have been injured and they have been shifted to the hospital?
Currently, the situation is mostly 15 passengers are feared dead in this particular horrific accident that took place in the Ghat Road. Most of them are tourists who are traveling between two temple towns, which is one is Bhadrachalam and one is Annavaram, because both of them are temple towns, and the route between the two towns is traveling through Ghat Road. So what we are learning is that mostly because of a dense fog, or mostly because of the dense fog, the driver lost control, and that led to the bus overturning into the Ghat Road, leading into this horrific accident. That is what the preliminary reports from the police statements from the police or from the locals are confirming that because of the dense fog there, the driver might have lost control, leading to this horrific accident. The rescue operations are underway, and the Chief Minister, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has also taken note of the accident, and he has also said that the topmost leaders go and should undertake the rescue operations and do the needful.
Okay. Aishwarya, thank you for giving us the details on that story. With that, viewers, it's time we dip into a short commercial break. More news and updates are coming in on the other side. We are getting you updates as Union Cabinet is likely to clear the India-Oman Trade Pact today. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आया, ब्लड कैसे?
and gentlemen, you're watching live this morning at 8:30 a.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the top story that we're tracking this morning is about the Luthra brothers. Yesterday, they were in custody. They were caught red-handed while they had fled to Phuket. Now what is left is their deportation process. When will it be completed and when are they back here in India to face the Indian law? We'll get you all that and much more on this edition, but first, a quick check of the headlines. Rohini court denies interim bail plea of the Luthra brothers, Thailand to deport the Luthra soon. Deepam Rao intensifies in Tamil Nadu. Madras High Court to hear contempt case against District Collector Madurai City Commissioner today. Union Cabinet is likely to clear India-Oman free trade pact today. Former DGCA committee to question Indigo CEO yet again on the airline crisis. India and United States trade talks conclude. MEA calls the discussion constructive and positive. Mini truck plunges into a deep gorge in Arunachal Pradesh. 21 laborers fear dead. In Nigeria, the school children were abducted from St. Mary's Catholic School last month are slowly now making their way home. But not all of them. This week, 100 children were reunited with their families, while more than 150 others are still being held. Today, many questions remain over what led to the release and what happens next for those still missing. Here's a detailed report.
The town of Papri portrayed emotional scenes as 100 school children abducted last month were reunited with their families. But the relief is only partial. More than 150 others remain in captivity. The children were taken on November 21st when gunmen stormed St. Mary's Catholic School in Niger State, abducting 303 students and 12 teachers. Details of the children's release have not been made public, and the government has not said whether any ransom was paid or not.
Oh, I think that if they go, that we are not going to come back again. I think that they will kill us. When we get there, the organ feel that we should not fear that they will not kill us. It's just money that they want. That if they pay the money, they will release everybody.
Onyeka described the conditions as harsh, saying they were forced to drink river water that was also used for washing clothes.
When we are there, they have many children, and the river that we used to drink water, that is the place that their wives and their children used to go and wash their clothes. And after they wash their clothes, they will go and fetch the same water. And still animals are drinking that water. Then we still drink the water again.
No group has claimed responsibility for the kidnapping. Locals blame armed gangs known for targeting schools and travelers for ransom across Nigeria's north.
Everybody that has a child and know what a child means, and know how painful it is, for you not to know, you cannot be able to account for where your child is, and it's not easy at all. Nobody will feel.
For families in Papri, the wait continues for the children still missing.
Verona's iconic Roman arena is getting a major accessibility and safety upgrade ahead of the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympic and Paralympic Games. The 2,000-year-old Momentum will host the Olympic closing ceremony and the Paralympic opening ceremony, and for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, it's being redesigned to better welcome people with disabilities. Here's what you need to look out for.
Verona's ancient Roman arena is receiving its biggest makeover in decades. The upgrades come ahead of the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympics and the Paralympics. The arena will host the Olympic closing ceremony and the Paralympic opening ceremony.
We're here at the Arena of Verona, where for the Olympic Games there will be the ceremony of closure at the end of the Milan Cortina Games, and it will also be the ceremony of the opening for the Paralympic Games, which will come right after. For both of the ceremonies, they are retrofitting parts of the arena to make it more accessible to disabled people, but also to make it more easy to access for anybody who needs to grab a handrail or a small child who needs help walking or somebody with a cane.
Built in the 1st century, the monument has never been fully accessible to people with disabilities. The Games have triggered an €18 million project to improve accessibility and safety. The project includes safer sidewalks, new curb ramps, and fresh bike lanes around the arena. Inside, a new wheelchair-accessible ramp is being added, designed to blend with the arena's ancient stone. The architects say that the upgrades must respect the site's history while supporting today's accessibility needs. New railings and handrails are being installed to make movement easier for everyone. Bathrooms are being renovated and additional ramps are being built for better access. After the Games, the arena will also get an elevator to allow people with limited mobility to reach to the top level. Officials say many of these improvements will stay permanently, a long-term gift to the city and its visitors.
And from an international segment, let's also now tell you what's making headlines in the area of sports. Here are all the headlines that are ruling the sports world. Kolkata is on the verge of witnessing a long-cherished dream, Lionel Messi's arrival in the city of joy in the early hours of December 12. Yet even before the football legend's plane descends, the city has already transformed into a grand cultural festivity, blending devotion, nostalgia and spectacle. Across neighborhoods, fan enthusiasm is finding artistic expression. In Salt Lake, the Argentina football fan club Kolkata has recreated Messi's Miami home, complete with a terracotta roof, terrace figurines and life-size depictions of the star and his family overlooking the street. A 70-foot statue of football icon Lionel Messi has been erected by Sri Bhumi Sporting Club at Lake Town in South Dum Dum, Kolkata. The Argentina star is scheduled to visit the city on December 13 as a part of his GOAT India tour. To inaugurate the statue, Messi, accompanied by longtime teammate Luis Suarez and World Cup winning midfielder DePaul, will embark on a brief yet eventful trip that has already ignited excitement among the football fans across Bengal. Surya Kumar, Shubman Gill and Surya Kumar Yadav's poor run continued as India flattered on a favourable batting track, suffering a 51-run defeat in the second T20 against South Africa. Quentin de Kock's fluent 90 of 46 deliveries powered the host to a formidable 213 of 4 after India chose to field. Prime Minister Narendra Modi extends his congratulations to India's men's junior hockey team for making history at the FIH Hockey Men's Juniors World Cup 2025. He praised the youthful and spirited side for clinching India's maiden bronze medal at the esteemed global event, highlighting that this milestone showcases the talent, determination and resilience of the nation's youth. The IPL auction on December 16 may be a smaller event, but it could still showcase unexpected star presence. Shreyas Iyer, currently sidelined with spleen injury, is set to lead the Punjab Kings delegation in Abu Dhabi. He is expected to be there unless there is a last-minute change of plans. Iyer, whose impressive leadership and performances took the team to the final last season, has been out of action since the ODI series in Australia last month. However, Ricky Ponting is not expected to travel to Abu Dhabi. The Delhi District Cricket Association announced that Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant have been included in the list of probables for the Delhi team in the upcoming Vijay Hazare Trophy. The list also features players currently participating in the ongoing Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy. Last week, Kohli informed the DGCA of his availability for the Vijay Hazare Trophy, India's domestic one-day competition. World Cup champions Yuvraj Singh and Harmanpreet Kaur were honoured at the new Chandigarh Stadium with stands named after them. Yuvraj, the player of the tournament in the India's 2011 ODI World Cup triumph, and Harmanpreet, who recently led India to their maiden Women's World Cup title, celebrated the occasion in the presence of friends, families and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann. India's left-arm pacer Arshdeep Singh endured a tough outing in the second T20I against South Africa, sending down 7 wides in a single over. In doing so, he joined Naveen ul Haq in holding the record for the joint largest over bowled by a player from a full-member nation in T20I cricket, with 108 nations competing in the format. The overall record stands at 14 balls for the longest over ever delivered in the T20s. The United States will face Senegal in a friendly match on May 31 in Charlotte, North Carolina, marking their penultimate fixture before the World Cup opener. The Americans, ranked 14th, have 4 matches scheduled ahead of the co-hosting the tournament with Mexico and Canada. They take number 8 Belgium on March 28 and 6th ranked Portugal 3 days later, both at Lanza. Following the clash with 19th ranked Senegal, the United States will meet number 9 Germany on June 6 in Chicago. The encounter with Senegal will be the first between the two nations, as confirmed by the United States Soccer Federation. Ahead of the second day of the ongoing second test, New Zealand confirmed that pacer Blair Tinker will not bowl or field and is unlikely to bat for the remainder of the match in Wellington. Tinker dislocated his left shoulder while driving to prevent a boundary on the first day of a Wellington test and was taken to the hospital after the close of the play. Ladies and gentlemen, in a major push in Jammu and Kashmir as government job letters were handed to dozens of families affected by tourism, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha says these were the cases that left unresolved for years and that the families say the journey to this point has been anything but easy. Here's what it means.
In the aftermath of terror, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha handed over government job appointment letters to families affected by terrorism, a total of 82 kins. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha empathized with the kins and took a dig at the previous ruling leaders for keeping the letters on hold.
और सबसे बड़ी बात ये, जानबूझकर जिन परिवारों को न्याय से वंचित रखा गया था, उन्हें न्याय न देकर के उनके जीवन में बदलाव कोई सकारात्मक न आवे, इसका प्रयत्न किया गया था ताकि वह देश और समाज को आगे बढ़ने में अपना योगदान न दे सके.
According to the Lieutenant Governor, 41 of these appointments are for people who lost their relatives in terrorist attacks.
अभी आपके सम्मुख 82 परिवारों को नियुक्ति पत्र नेक्स्ट ऑफ किन को उनके निकटस्थ लोगों को दिया गया है. उसमें 41 नियुक्ति पत्र ऐसे हैं जिनके परिजनों ने आतंकवाद में अपनी जान गंवाई थी.
Relatives of the victims also spoke about their experiences.
सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप जो हैं मनकोट के रहने वाले हैं, क्या हुआ था, नुकसान कैसे हुआ?
सर, मैं 2003 में मेरे फादर को एनकाउंटर के अंदर मार दिया था. मैं एलजी साहब का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि जिन्होंने इतने अरसे के बाद जो है अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है हमें सौंपे.
सर, उसके बाद क्योंकि काफ़ी समय हो गया आपके पिता की डेथ को, 2003, 25, 22 साल का वक्फा था, तो तब कभी आप जाते थे, पूछते थे क्या बना, क्या बताते थे?
वापस भेज देती थी. जब भी जाते थे तो वापस बोलते थे कि नहीं, अभी कुछ नहीं है रोल.
अब जाके मतलब 22 साल बाद नौकरी में? 22
साल बाद सर. हाँ सर.
तो खुशी भी होती है?
खुशी सर बहुत हुई है, हमें बहुत खुशी हुई है सर, कि हमें अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है सौंपे हैं सर।
82 families have received their appointment letters, among them 41 who lost loved ones to terrorism. For many, it's the first sign that years of being unheard may finally be shifting.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's also tell you what's making international headlines. Here's a quick check of the international stories. A gas explosion set off a major fire in San Francisco Bay Area neighborhood on Thursday after obliterating at least one home, boiling out windows and shaking nearby houses. 6 people were taken to hospital for injuries, said the fire officials. Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in Turkmenistan early Friday, where he will attend an international forum dedicated to the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan independence. Their leaders said to be at the forum are Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Iran's President. In a resounding rejection of a pressure campaign from the White House itself, Indiana Republican senators voted down a new congressional map created to give the GOP an advantage in the upcoming 2026 elections. 21 senators from the Republican supermajority and the chamber's 10 Democrats voted against the map Thursday, which would have split the city of Indianapolis into 4 districts, while other Republican states have moved quickly to redistrict. Indiana lawmakers have far been more hesitant. Several thousands of people have walked towards the Portuguese Parliament in Lisbon to protest against a labour law reform to put forward by the government of Prime Minister Luís. The protest happened on the day of a 24-hour general strike that caused major disruption in most public services and parts of the private sector, including transport, hospitals and schools. Dozens of people were killed on Tuesday evening in a drone strike near Sudan's largest oil processing facility carried out by the Sudanese army forces, according to the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. The RSF, which has been fighting Sudan's military since 2013, said that oil field in Heglig was attacked a day after the RSF seized the facility near the border with South Sudan. And now let's tell you about a powerful moment that happened in Oslo. Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Marina Corina Machado greeted supporters from a balcony after missing her own award ceremony. Her absence on Wednesday was sparked mixed reactions back home, where many admired her for refusing to leave her homeland. Here's what happened.
Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado arrived at a central Oslo hotel on Thursday, stepping onto a balcony to acknowledge a cheering crowd gathered below. She had been absent from Wednesday's Nobel Peace Prize ceremony, a decision that surprised many, as she has long vowed to stay in Venezuela despite political pressure. Her daughter accepted the Nobel Peace Prize on her behalf, turning the ceremony into a powerful rallying cry for democracy in Venezuela. Attendees in Oslo heard detailed accounts of alleged human rights abuses committed against critics and perceived opponents of President Nicolás Maduro.
Queremos volver a Venezuela. Queremos volver a casa.
Now, with Machado's confirmation with respect to European visit, it has once again shifted the global attention on Venezuela's political climate. Now all eyes are on Machado to see if she can leverage this upcoming Europe visit.
The recent clashes between Thailand and Cambodia have resulted in significant human suffering and displacement. The largest and the latest large-scale fighting was set off by a skirmish on Sunday that wounded Thai soldiers and derailed a ceasefire between the Southeast Asian neighbors, Thailand and Cambodia. Now, both sides have accused each other of firing into civilian areas with artillery, rocket systems and drones. Here is how the world is looking at this latest war.
Casualties continue to mount as fighting between Thai and Cambodian forces resumed along their shared borders. The Thai military was seen evacuating an injured by helicopter as fighting with the Cambodian forces at the border raged on. 3 Thai civilians were killed, marking the country's first civilian fatalities since the combat resumed. Dozen people have been reportedly killed in the latest fighting, while hundreds of thousands have been displaced so far. A house in the Thai province of Surin, close to the Thai-Cambodian border, was struck and damaged as border dispute continued unabated. Most of the residents in the conflict zone on both the sides of the frontier have been evacuated to shelters far away from the conflict. A farmer said that she left in middle of a rice harvest and that her field remains unharvested. She is worried that she may not have food for the next year.
ว่าเจรจาเราจะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วเขาจะฟังเราไหมล่ะแล้วก็จะทำตามเราไหมล่ะไม่ใช่พูดบอกว่าจะทำแล้วแต่เอาความจริงแล้วเขาไม่ทำล่ะทำยังไงล่ะไม่ใช่เราจะเสียเปรียบเขาหรือว่าเราจะไม่เสียความรู้สึกตรงนั้นบอกใช่ไหมเราก็ต้องเร่งวิ่งอีกละมั้งหาแนวโลกอีกบอก
Several people, mostly Thai farming families, have huddled at temporary shelters, trying to keep to domestic routines. They have no idea when they can return home. For now, they wait and keep an eye on news updates from the television or social media. Both sides blame the other for the breakdown in the truce.
ได้เฮ้ยเซลโนนองเวียเซมเด้งประมูลบ้านมูบ่ไล่ตัดคล้ายรวดน้ำกรอยก็ได้บ้านอุ้ยโฮบดีพอเซลนองเวียเซมจนบ้านดับตี
Many displaced hope for peace, negotiation and agreement. However, they remain unsure if the leaders will follow through.
Now, there are many people who have hit the streets in Bulgaria after there were allegations of corruption against the government. This happened after there were certain reports that had accused the government of corruption. Here's what's happening on the streets of Bulgaria, where people have taken it against the government.
Tens of thousands of people joined massive protests in major cities across Bulgaria, accusing the government of sponsoring widespread corruption. The demonstrations came after last week's protest wave that was marked by Bulgarian government's budget plans for higher taxes. The protesters' demands have since expanded to include calls for the centre-right government of Prime Minister to resign. In the capital, Sofia, protesters gathered on the central square between the buildings of the parliament, the government and the presidency. Chanting resignation and mafia, they called on minority coalition cabinet to step down. University students in Sofia joined the protests, which the organizers said outnumbered last week's rallies that drew over 50,000 people. Media estimates based on drone visuals put the number of protesters to over 1 lakh. Protests, however, largely remained peaceful and coincided with the upcoming 6th no-confidence motion against the government.
Ние не протестираме само за бюджета, ние протестираме за сваляне на правителството, за тази безотговорност, за тази безхаберщина и за тази свинщина България.
Democratic Bulgaria, the main organizer of the protests, have submitted a motion of no confidence against the government, which will now be put to vote.
In a shocking incident that took place in California, 8 high school students were injured after a car suddenly veered off the road and plowed into a student running team in Anaheim. Authorities are now investigating whether the driver was under the influence of alcohol at the time of the crash or was it a deliberated crash. Here's a report.
A shocking car incident from California where a car suddenly veered off the road running into 8 students. Dramatic air visuals of the crash site in Anaheim show emergency crews surrounding the wrecked vehicle. 8 students, members of a high school running team, were hit while reportedly waiting at an intersection during their practice session. Authorities say that the students were aged between 16 and 17, all standing on the side wall when the driver suddenly lost control. It is reported that 3 people, including the driver, were rushed to the nearby hospitals, but their conditions are still unknown. As the Anaheim community reels from the shock of the accident, investigators are now probing whether the driver at the time of crash was under the influence.
With that, it's time for us to now step into our short break. After the break, getting the details of how Union Cabinet is likely to clear the India-Oman Free Trade Pact today.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
ठुमका तेरा ठुमका, तेरा ठुमका, तेरा ठुमका, तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I am Priyanka Chaudhary. Our focus is going to be on the Luthra brothers. There's no escape for them as the Rohini court had in fact rejected their transit anticipatory bail application. They were traced and now they will be soon deported to India. We get to the updates, but first up, a quick check on the headlines. Rohini court denies interim bail plea of the Luthra brothers. Thailand to deport the Luthras soon. Deepam Rao intensifies in Tamil Nadu. Madras High Court to hear contempt case against District Collector Madurai City Commissioner today. The Union Cabinet today is likely to clear the India-Oman Free Trade Pact. 4-member DGCA committee to question Indigo CEO once again on the airline crisis. India-US trade talks conclude. MEA calls the discussion constructive and positive. Mini truck plunges into a gorge. Arunachal Pradesh, 21 labourers feared dead. And viewers, our top focus. The Rohini court in Delhi on Thursday had rejected the transit anticipatory bail plea of the brothers Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, who are the owners of the nightclub Birch by Romeo Lane in North Goa, where a fire broke out on the night of December 6. 25 people were killed in the fire. In fact, the brothers fled to Thailand shortly after the incident. They were detained in Phuket on Thursday and now they will be soon be deported to India. My colleague Swarali is joining us live on the broadcast to give us more details. Swarali, take us through the latest that we are getting in terms of the entire process of deportation. When can we expect the Luthra brothers to be, deported back to the country, as the Rohini court, on the other hand, rejected the transit anticipatory bail plea of the brothers?
Yes, that's true. Wherein on the one side, court has rejected their anticipatory transit bail plea. On the other hand, we know that NCB Royal Thai Police had traced the location of Luthra brothers, post to which the Indian authorities were informed, the agencies were informed. Official communication was done, post which they are right now in the custody of Royal Thai Police at the immigration center in Phuket, Thailand. Now the deportation process has already begun. It has started. All the communication from the government side is going on. In any it's indefinite that in how many hours or how many days will it take to bring them back, but in a positive and strong affirmation that has been given by the Goa administration or Goa CM, they have told us that they'll be brought back to India soon, as we know that it's a question of two countries. Here they have to be deported back from Thailand to India, so there are certain norms and procedures to be followed, but Goa CM has affirmed that as soon as they are back to India, strict legal action will be taken. The justice will take its course, and all the parameters and norms that were missing will be looked after.
That's right. 25 people had lost their lives, Sorali, and the brothers, rather taking ownership, fled to Thailand shortly after the incident. Help our viewers understand, and we would like to take sequence by sequence as to what happened from tracing the brothers to those pictures that we had seen, the exclusive pictures coming in from the Royal Thai Police, where they had in fact shown where these brothers were detained.
Right, exactly. Let me tell you the entire sequence of happening on a tragic night wherein this incident unfolded. Within few hours of this incident, at 1:17 a.m. a flight was booked to Phuket, post which at 5:30 a.m. the alleged perpetrators, Luthra brother, took a flight at 5:30 a.m. an Indigo flight, and then FIR was registered by the Goa police, after which a lookout notice was released, and then it came into light that they have fled the scene. Luthra brothers are no more in India, post which Interpol had released a blue corner notice to look and check the whereabouts of the Luthra brothers. And then, as I was telling you earlier, that NCB Royal Thai Police had traced the location of Luthra brothers. After that, official communication was done with the Indian central agencies. Goa administration was informed too, post which they were nabbed from a spa called Kutha in Phuket, Thailand, and then they were taken by the Royal Police. They are right now also in the custody of Royal Police in the immigration center of Phuket. We also know that team of Indian Embassy official had reached the spot at the immigration center to complete the documents were being checked. The process was further initiated, and every angle of deportation or extradition was explored, and the process is still going on to get back Luthra brothers in India anytime soon. And we can expect the time, hours or days are not definite, because this is about international treaty that was being signed between Thailand and India. It is being said that it will become easy because there is a treaty, but there are several norms and conditions to be looked after. The process is ongoing right now. The agencies are in constant touch with the Thai authorities, and we can get a major update in this case anytime soon.
That's right. So, Rali, thank you for giving us the details on that story and the updates that we continue to track, as it is corruption, the angle that has been, in fact, scrutinized very much from the side of the police, and several agencies may have been the reason behind the deaths of 25 people. Big questions out there once the Luthra brothers come back. With that, viewers, we shift our focus now to more news and updates that we are tracking. Breaking news coming in. The Ministry of External Affairs Fact Check Unit has dismissed a fake viral letter purportedly written by External Affairs Minister S. Shankar to the French Embassy regarding the Rafale deal. The unit has clarified that the alleged communication alleging that information on Rafale deliveries had been leaked is entirely fabricated. In a post on X on Thursday, the MEA Fact Check Unit released an image which shows that the fake letter was circulated by an X account named Discourse Lab, which allegedly said or alleged that Jaishankar's letter to the France confirms one thing, that the Rafale controversy is far from over. Delhi is struggling to contain the fallout of leaked communication. The MEA, on the other hand, has dismissed the circulating letter as fake and urged the people to remain vigilant against disinformation. The latest breaking news coming in. My colleague Ishan joins me for more on this. Ishan, what is the entire allegations that have been laid out? What exactly the MEA has in fact clarified, and what exactly were the details on that allegedly fake letter?
Ministry of External Affairs has categorically dismissed the viral letter attributed to External Affairs Minister S. Shankar as it was a fake and entirely fabricated and false document. This has been circulated on social media platforms, mostly on Twitter, and it was an attempt to create a narrative of panic within the Indian government regarding the Rafale Marine deal. The disinformation letter originated from this X account called Discourse Lab. The account has posted forged letter dated November 26, 2025, apparently signed by the EAM S. Jaishankar, addressed to the ambassador Thierry Mathieu The fake text claimed that the confidential delivery schedule of the Rafale naval jets had been leaked to the public and is causing unforeseen challenges and complications in Indo-French relations. However, the MEA has categorically denied any such letter and swiftly acting released the image of the letter with a bold fake watermark on it. The EAM never wrote to the French embassy regarding any leak schedule. The Pakistani angle on this is that the handles like Discourse Love often mimic patterns of coordinated disinformation network. The attempt was to revive the Rafale controversy narrative months after the clean conclusion of the deal, following a known pattern of external information operations often linked to Pakistani propaganda machinery.
That's right. Ishan, thank you for bringing us the details on that breaking updates coming in, where the MEA has clearly dismissed the circulating letter as fake. With that, we shift our focus to more news and updates that we are tracking on the broadcast. Viewers, India and the US on Thursday concluded 2-day talks in New Delhi, during which both sides exchanged views on key trade-related matters, including the ongoing negotiations for a mutually beneficial bilateral trade agreement. As what we are given to understand, Commerce Ministry sources have also informed that both sides agreed to continue the current purposeful and positive engagement. A delegation led by Deputy US Trade Representative Rick Schwitzer was in New Delhi for the talks, and the visit was Ambassador Schwitzer's first to India after assuming his current office. And during the visit, he met Commerce and Industries Minister Piyush Goyal, Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal and other senior Indian leaders. Chandrakala, my colleague, is joining us live for more on this. Chandrakala, over to you. What was the takeaway of that particular meeting?
In fact, a very, very crucial trade talks had happened, of course, resuming after a gap of what we have seen as far as the trade tariffs are concerned. This was, of course, as we know that 6 negotiation round of talks had happened earlier, and it was in February where both the sides were asked to actually finalize the first tranche of the talks by the fall of 2026. But as we know about the US tariff imposed on India, this could not happen. So this was the 7th round of talks that has happened. Of course, this was the first such visit by the Deputy US Trade Representative Ambassador Rick Schwitzer to India. But of course, this was the second such visit led by the US delegation, to India. Of course, the first visit to India happened in September, wherein the negotiation happened. Of course, the talk happened now. As we know that a two days talk concluded on a very, very positive note, wherein both sides, exchanged views on trade-related matters and also discussed the first, as far as the first strands of finalizing the first trends of negotiations are concerned. The visit also comes at a crucial time, as you know, both nations are working to finalize the first tranche of the fact, and the fact that this was Ambassador Rick Schwitzer's first visit to India. And it happened on it was a positive talks that happened between both the leaders, as Rick Schwitzer met Union Minister Piyush Goyal and of course Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal. And as we know that Union Commerce Minister has also hinted towards a finalization of the bilateral trade agreement between both the sides. So this particular visit was an opportunity for both sides to exchange views on the entire gamut of items from which is related to India-US economic ties. So yes, a very, very important visit coming at a very crucial time, because as we know, yesterday night also we have seen that Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a telephonic conversation with US President Donald Trump, where both the leaders expressed satisfaction as far as and also reviewed the entire gamut of the relationship and spoken on various aspects, including trade, defense, and of course this talks between both the leaders. Of course, it was focused on key trade-related matters, including ongoing negotiations for a mutually beneficial bilateral trade agreement. So a very, very positive talk that has happened. And yes, both the sides are now progressing and inching closer to finalizing the bilateral trade agreement.
Right, Chandrakala, MEA calling it positive and progressive as well. The MEA, of course, making that big statement that the talks went on to be positive. What are we expecting next? What are the, the immediate results of the talks that went to be positive that we are going to see?
Well, we'll have to wait and watch, because we know that India has been consistent about its position that it won't give up on the pressure by US as far as on various trade aspect of this trade pact is concerned, because we have been consistent about our position. Of course, national interest comes first. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what could be the next step towards, because as we know that MEA has said that it was a purposeful and a positive engagement between both the sides. So yes, something positive is definitely expected from this particular talk that has concluded in New Delhi.
That's right. Chandrakala, thank you for giving us all the updates on that story. With that, viewers, we also bring you some more updates coming in. India and United States have wrapped up a key round of trade discussions in New Delhi, with the Deputy USTR making his first official visit. Both sides have reviewed progress on the ongoing bilateral trade agreement. Here's what emerged from the meeting and what Minister Piyush Goyal said after the talks.
Trade talks between India and the United States saw renewed momentum as a high-level American delegation wrapped up a 3-day visit to New Delhi. Meetings were held between Deputy U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Rick Switzer, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal and other senior officials. This was Ambassador Switzer's first visit to India since taking office, and both sides used this opportunity to hold productive exchanges on a wide range of issues concerning bilateral trade and economic ties. After the talks, Union Minister Piyush Goyal said negotiations are progressing well and emphasized that deals must benefit both sides.
Negotiations are progressing well. We've had substantive discussions over several rounds of negotiations. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. The current visit is not a negotiating round. Current visit is a new Deputy USTR who has joined about 3 months ago. It's his first visit to India. We're getting to know each other.
Goyal also added that the US side's satisfaction with the progress is a positive sign.
Well, that only the USTR can answer. His happiness is very much welcome, and I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
Meanwhile, the MEA outlined the details of the visit in an official statement, noting the constructive nature of discussions and the shared commitment to advancing negotiations. With both sides calling the latest exchanges constructive, India and the US now move forward to the next phase of negotiations.
Moving on, viewers, a major push in Jammu and Kashmir has in fact taken place today, as the government has handed over several government job letters to the families who have been affected by terrorism. In fact, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has in fact gone ahead with this entire process. We get you the details.
In the aftermath of terror, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha handed over government job appointment letters to families affected by terrorism, a total of 82 kins. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha empathized with the kins and took a dig at the previous ruling leaders for keeping the letters on hold.
और सबसे बड़ी बात ये, जानबूझकर जिन परिवारों को न्याय से वंचित रखा गया था, उन्हें न्याय न देकर के उनके जीवन में बदलाव कोई सकारात्मक न आवे, इसका प्रयत्न किया गया था ताकि वह देश और समाज को आगे बढ़ने में अपना योगदान न दे सके।
According to the Lieutenant Governor, 41 of these appointments are for people who lost their relatives in terrorist attacks.
अभी आपके सम्मुख 82 परिवारों को नियुक्ति पत्र नेक्स्ट ऑफ किन को उनके निकटस्थ लोगों को दिया गया है। उसमें 41 नियुक्ति पत्र ऐसे हैं जिनके परिजनों ने आतंकवाद में अपनी जान गंवाई थी।
Relatives of the victims also spoke about their experiences.
सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप जो हैं मनकोट के रहने वाले हैं, क्या हुआ था, नुकसान कैसे हुआ?
सर, मैं 2003 में मेरे फादर को एनकाउंटर के अंदर मार दिया था। मैं एलजी साहब का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि जिन्होंने इतने अरसे के बाद जो है अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है मेरे सामने।
सर, उसके बाद क्योंकि काफ़ी समय हो गया आपके पिता की डेथ को, 2003, 25, 22 साल का वक्फा था, तो तब कभी आप जाते थे, पूछते थे क्या बना, क्या बताते थे?
वापस भेज देते थे, जब भी जाते थे तो वापस बोलते थे कि नहीं अभी कुछ नहीं है रोल।
अब जाके मतलब 22 साल बाद नौकरी में?
साल बाद सर। बस सर,
तो खुशी भी होती है?
खुशी सर बहुत हुई है, हमें बहुत खुशी हुई है सर कि हमें अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर जो है सौंपे हैं सर।
82 families have received their appointment letters, among them 41 who lost loved ones to terrorism. For many, it's the first sign that years of being unheard may finally be shifting.
And moving on, viewers, news coming in from Australia where a skydiver's parachute was stuck on a tail wing of a plane and he was left suspended at 15,000 feet. And that is the images also that is coming in. As the parachutist exited the plane, his reserve parachute handle became entangled in a wing flap. The parachute then opened and pulled him out, but before becoming stuck in the tail wing, according to the ATSB, when the parachute became entangled, the plane speed suddenly decreased, causing the pilot to believe that the plane had in fact stalled. At the same time, viewers, 13 parachutists were seen jumping from the aircraft. The trapped parachutist called all 11 ropes, freed himself from the plane and then deployed his main parachute and landed. He in fact suffered minor injuries. The pilot then called a mayday and began preparing to abandon the plane and jump himself. As he approached the ground, he became confident he would land the plane, and then he did so. Skydiving gone wrong completely. That's the footage that we have accessed of a very, very shocking incident that took place. As you can see, the skydiver being suspended 15,000 feet high. And moving on, viewers, some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast from NU, where SIT has taken a major action in Pakistan espionage connection, arrested another lawyer. The SIT investigating the Pakistan-linked espionage and Hawala network has achieved a major success. SIT takes major action on espionage case. Arrested another lawyer. The SIT is investigating the Pakistan-linked espionage and the Hawala network. Has achieved a major success. Nayoom, a lawyer from the Taru area practicing in Gurugram court, has been arrested. Jatin is joining me to give us more details. Jatin, इस पे क्या जानकारी आ रही है? Over to you.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, नयूम को गिरफ्तार किया है और एसआईटी नू ने नयूम की गिरफ्तारी की है। पेशे से ये भी वकील है, गुरुग्राम के कोर्ट में ये प्रैक्टिस करता है। लेकिन आपको याद होगा कि इससे कुछ समय पहले रिजवान नाम के एक वकील को नू से गिरफ्तार किया गया था। उसका ये साथी बताया जा रहा है नयूम। इनके ऊपर एलिगेशन ये है कि पाकिस्तान के लिए जिस तरीके से रिजवान जासूसी करता था, जो पैसे की ट्रांजेक्शन की जाती थी वो नयूम के भी अकाउंट में की जाती थी। इससे पहले नयूम से एसआईटी पूछताछ भी कर चुकी है। रिजवान को लेकर सवाल जवाब किए गए तो जो जवाब नयूम ने दिए वो वेरीफाइड नहीं थे, जिसके बाद कल उसको डिटेन किया गया और जब गहनता से पूछताछ की गई इस पूरे मामले में तब कुछ ऐसे सबूत एसआईटी को मिले, जिसके बाद अब नयूम की गिरफ्तारी एसआईटी ने कर ली है। 7वीं गिरफ्तारी है इस जासूसी मामले में। इससे पहले पंजाब से 5 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया था। छठा जो था वो नूह का ही वकील रिजवान था और 7वां ये वकील नयूम बताया जा रहा है जिसको गिरफ्तार किया गया। हालांकि 8 दिन की कस्टडी जो जानकारी मिली है कि नयूम की मिली है एसआईटी को, अब पूछताछ की जा रही है। 2 एंगल पर एसआईटी इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। एक, पाकिस्तान में बैठे हैंडलर से संपर्क में थे और भारत की जो संवेदनशील जानकारियां थी ये अपने पाकिस्तान में बैठे हैंडलर को देते थे। दूसरा, अलग अलग बैंक अकाउंट का इस्तेमाल किया जाता था, उसका जो चेन है वो हवाला से कनेक्ट हो रहा है। छोटे छोटे अमाउंट में अलग अलग अकाउंट्स में पैसा ट्रांसफर किया जाता था और वो पैसा ये लोग आपस में बांटते थे। कहां से पैसा आ रहा है, कौन बोलता था ये पैसा रिसीव करने के लिए, ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल जवाब है जो कि अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। इन 2 एंगल्स पर अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है, लेकिन नूह के ही पिछले कुछ 15 से 20 दिनों में 2 वकीलों का जासूसी के मामले में गिरफ्तार होना अपने आप में कई सवाल खड़े कर रहा है और यही कारण है कि एसआईटी इस पूरे मामले में बनाई गई थी और एसआईटी की कार्रवाई में अब नयूम जो है उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया है। जासूसी को लेकर कितने संवेदनशील जानकारियां इन्होंने दी, नयूम का जो इस्तेमाल है वो बैंक अकाउंट ऑपरेट करने के तौर पर होता था, नयूम ने और कितने बैंक अकाउंट को इस तरीके से इसके साथ अटैच किया, छोटे छोटे अमाउंट में पैसा मंगवाना और उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कहां किया गया, ये तमाम ऐसी बातें हैं जो कि अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है और हर एंगल्स पर इस पूरे मामले में अब एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। जी,
ऑलराइट, Jatin, thank you for giving us the details on that story. We continue to track updates, but viewers, it's time we dip into a short commercial break. More news and updates are coming up on the other side. It is the Kartigai Deepam Rao which is intensifying in Tamil Nadu with the Madras High Court to hear contempt case against District Collector Madurai City Commissioner today. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Coming up after the break, viewers, the Deepam Rao intensifying in Tamil Nadu, Madras High Court to hear contempt case against District Collector Madurai City Commissioner today. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी का एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या
The top headlines coming in. Rohini court denies interim bail plea of Luthra brothers. Thailand to deport the Luthras soon. Kartigai Deepam Rao intensifies in Tamil Nadu. Madras High Court to hear contempt case against District Collector Madurai City Commissioner today. Union Cabinet today is likely to clear India-Oman a free trade pact. 4-member DGCA committee to question Indigo CEO again on the airline prices. India-US trade talks conclude. MEA calls the discussion constructive and positive. Mini truck plunges into deep gorge in Arunachal Pradesh. 21 labourers fear dead. Viewers, the Tamil Nadu Deepam Rao erupting in early December 2025 centers on a heated dispute over the traditional lighting of the Kartigai Deepam lamp during the festival at the ancient Subramania Swami temple on the Thiruparankundaram hill near Madurai, one of Lord Murugan's 6 sacred abodes. The controversy arose when the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court on December 1 granted a petition by Hindu founder Rama Ravikumar directing temple authorities to light the lamp at the historic Deepathun, a stone pillar atop the hill, reviving centuries-old practice halted since the British era to avoid the tensions near a nearby dargah. Now, the DMK-led state government, citing political communal unrest, imposed prohibitory orders and appealed the ruling in Supreme Court, leading to the arrest of the devotees attempting the ritual on December 3, despite court-mandated CISF protection. Republic editor-in-chief spoke to editor of Tughlaq S. Gurumurthy on the same. Listen in.
S. Gurumurthy is editor-in-chief of the Tughlaq. He's one of India's most prominent public intellectuals and a great friend and supporter of the Republic Media Network whenever it comes to issues of getting perspective. Mr. Gurumurthy, why is a simple, seemingly simple act of lighting a lamp, the Kartikai Deepam, which I'm told is a centuries-old practice, becoming such a flashpoint?
I want to make 3 undisputed facts first. Then I will go into what is the dispute now. The Thiruparankundaram temple, or the Thiruparankundaram, which is a mount, is a tradition that continues for 2000 years from the last Tamil Sangam period, which is in the 2nd century AD. That is the first important point. The second is the Deepathun, that the pillar on which the Deepam is lighted is dated 400 years back in the period of the Naikar regime. In that there is an inscription that people who are Punya those who have done punyam, they will be able to light this lamp. And there is an Hanuman carving in it. And the book published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeology department in 1981, it's very important. That says there is a tradition of lighting lamp by the local people during the Kartikeya Deepam. It is there, it is an admitted fact in terms of archaeological evidence of the Tamil Nadu government. The book is published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department. So 3 facts are settled. There is an antiquity, undisputed antiquity about the Tiruparankuntram temple. Second, this 400-year-old pillar itself contains the inscription that it is for lighting the lamp. And the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department book itself says that this tradition is followed by the people. So, there is no question of this being something new which has been taken up by the Hindus. This is the first point. Second point, the Muslims themselves have conceded repeatedly that they have no objection to the lamp being lit. So there is no question of a Hindu-Muslim issue here. If the Muslims oppose it, then there can be a question. Even though it is an age-old tradition, the Muslims are opposing. So the Muslims are not opposing. This point has not come out in the discourse at all. And the next point is that there is a dispute between Muslims and Hindus which has nothing to do with the Deepam. It is about, there is a dargah. And the Hindus are not objecting to the dargah. This is another important point. That if the Hindus oppose the dargah, then there can be a problem between Hindus and Muslims. The Hindus do not say anything about the existence or objection to the dargah. The one point in dispute is that this mountain is sacred for Hindus, and so there should be no sacrifice of animals there, which the Muslims do. That is also subject to judicial determination, and the Madras High Court has held now that no animal sacrifice should be there. So that is a matter which is being judicially decided. The Muslims and Hindus have submitted themselves to judicial determination. So the only small area of dispute that was there, whether there should be animal sacrifice or not, is subject to judicial determination, and so there is no dispute between Hindus and Muslims at all. They are creating this dispute, and Justice Swaminathan's judgment is entirely based on facts and law. And they are trying to make a case out of it that this man is a Hindutva man, and that is why he has given this judgment. I am giving you a contrary judgment which he has made, which has hurt the feelings of the Hindus to such an extent that I had to write an article against Swaminathan for that judgment. There is a temple in Tamil Nadu, in the western part of Tamil Nadu, where women on a particular night, thousands of them go and pray and reside in the temple, those who have not got a child, and they pray for the child. One very extreme leftist and Dravidian man wrote a book that the women go there and all the riffraffs around that area go and impregnate them, and that is how they get the child. This book was approved by Swaminathan. How can a person who, even a normal judge would not do it, how can a man with a Hindutva conscience can permit a person to write a judgment about not only the religious faith of the people, faith of women?
Yeah, there are.
And that man is called a Hindutva man today?
No. The argument being presented, and I was very surprised, Gurumurthy sir. The argument being presented is that Justice Swaminathan is some kind of a Hindu zealot. He is communal. he is anti-Muslim, he is pro-Hindu, and on that basis he must be impeached. Now, even if you make political views, I was surprised that they went to the extent of going to the speaker yesterday. Priyanka Vadra, Kani Modi, Mr. Balu, Akhilesh, whole delegation went with 150 signatures to have an impeachment motion against the particular judge. Amit Shah made a reference to it in his speech, but I don't know how the government will respond to this present situation. It also raises questions of overreach, because the Keshavananda Bharati case clearly protects the judiciary as a constitutional check. The same political parties which say that the judiciary must preserve constitutional norms and save the country from overreach by the BJP government is now going to Parliament and saying that a judge who has interpreted through a judgment should be impeached. This is a clear attempt, emergency style, Mr. Gurumurthy, of putting pressure on the judiciary.
I will make 3 points. One, if the DMK had only 2 members in Lok Sabha, this would not have happened. It is because they have 39 members in the Lok Sabha and extra in Rajya Sabha, they were able to put pressure on the Congress, and Congress, particularly Rahul Gandhi, thinks that DMK is a very, very important ally for him. So it is the DMK's blackmail of the India alliance. Most of them do not even know what is this lighting of lamp and all that, what is the tradition. Nor do they know that the Muslims are not opposing. Nor do they know that the judgment given by Swaminathan was in accordance with law, and Swaminathan himself has given judgments against the Hindus. So there is no question of Swaminathan being classified as a Hindu. Of course, Swaminathan has his views. There are many judges who have their views. But whether those views impact on their judgment, influence their judgment, color their judgment, and make them give judgment not in accordance with facts or law is the issue. Now, nobody has said Swaminathan's judgment is not in accordance with facts or law. It is only about Swaminathan. The question raised is about Swaminathan and not his judgment. Because Swaminathan is a Hindu, this judgment must be deemed as a judgment given in favor of the Hindus. So they don't look at the facts. This whole thing, Arnab, I tell you, in Tamil Nadu, there is an anti-national stream flowing for the last 100 years. And from colonial period, the church in Tamil Nadu has been allied with the British, and later, now they are allied with the Dravidian parties. Otherwise, the Christians are not, they do not belong to the anti-national stream. But the DMK has made them anti-Hindu. And they feel that with Vijay coming into the electoral scene, who is a Christian, they may lure away the Muslim Christian votes. And they want to tell the Muslims that even though you may agree, we are saying that it should not be done because it may create complications for you in future. They may ask you to remove the dargah itself. Who is asking for the removal of the dargah? DMK is saying this may lead to that. That means they are threatening the Muslims. Guys, you have permitted it wrongly. We are now trying to prevent some future damage being done to you. This is completely electoral politics, and this is communal politics. This is creating problems between Hindus and Muslims. This is the truth. Being in Tamil Nadu, I know it.
Now that the controversy is here and elections are coming, what about Hindu sentiment on this issue? Is this a mass issue? Are Hindus across Tamil Nadu surprised, taken aback with the ferocity of the opposition of the DMK, Congress and all affiliated parties to the lighting of the lamp? Or are people passive to this? Are people actively involved in this debate, you think, Mr. Gurumurthy? Will they in the future, now that the issue has sort of escalated?
the DMK has actually done something which can undo the DMK itself. The word Hindu, keep it aside for the moment. Murugan, Subramanya Swami, is called Tamil God. He is worshipped across all castes, all communities. He is a very, very powerful God. I don't think the DMK would be, I never thought they would be so foolish as to touch this. It is not like some other God which can be identified with the North or the Brahmin community or the Savarnas. This is Muruga. And they have been so foolish to touch this. If it develops, it has every potential to develop into a mass movement. And it can become a lighted match to a train of gunpowder. The DMK has been so ill-advised. For example, Karunanidhi would never have done this because he is a thinker. He knows about it. DMK has no thinkers. It has only mad people. And the DMK's associates are driven by leftists. They are driven by the Dalit activists. And so they have taken a position from where they cannot withdraw. I can tell you, Arnab, this is going to be the beginning of what I would call the Tamil Nadu type movement for Hindu resurgence in the name of Muruga. I am 100% convinced about it.
Mr. S. Gurumurthy is chairman of the Vivekananda International Foundation as well, and he has an ability to look forward, and he does not prophesize. He is forecasting a particular situation. He says today that the DMK, they are not thinkers, they are mad people. But he's also saying that this is a very ancient Hindu tradition, and it is not associated with the North Indian strain of Hinduism, but something very essential to Tamil culture. So somewhere what Mr. Gurumurthy, you are saying is that even passive Hindus will get extremely upset now with this attempt to put down Hinduism, at strangulating Hinduism. And I think what you're saying is going to be a politically suicidal move.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Mr. Gurumurthy, we are going to closely watch this. I thank you for your perspective and for allowing us to analyze what has been seen to be an issue limited to Tamil Nadu is going to become slowly, I think, a subject of national debate like the Dharmasthala issue was in Karnataka. And I'm glad that at least here on our network, the Republic Media Network, both on the Dharmasthala issue and on this Deepam issue, on the Kartikeya Deepam issue, we are able to put the contrary but correct perspective to all our viewers. Mr. Gurumurthy, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in. The SIT is all set to submit the charge sheet in the death case of Zubeen Garg. A 3,500-page charge sheet is all set to be filed in front of the court. SIT to submit the charge sheet in the Zubeen Garg death case, and that is the big breaking news coming in. 3,500-page charge sheet to be filed today in Zubeen Garg case. The special investigation team is set to file the charge sheet in the court in connection with the high-profile alleged murder of Zubeen Garg. According to the officials, more than 300 individuals have been interrogated as a part of the investigation. Following these extensive inquiries, the SIT is now ready to formally present the charge sheet in the court. This is going to be marking a significant development in the case, viewers. Currently, 7 accused of the case: organizer Shyamakanu Mahanta, manager Siddharth Sharma, singer Amrit Prabha Mahanta, musician Shekhar Jyoti Goswami, cousin Sandipan Garg, and the PSOS Paresh Besh and Nandeshwar Bora remain in judicial custody. Anirudh joins me to give us more details. Anirudh, we are expecting the charge sheet to be filed today. What is going to be happening? What are we expecting to be the inclusions in the 3,500-page charge sheet?
Yes, it is one of the most elaborate charge sheet that is being filed within a record time of less than 3 months. In order to submit the the police had 3 months time, but before completion of 3 months of the time frame that is given to the special investigation team of led by the CID, from our sources in the CID and the SIT, that this is one of the most elaborate searches that they are filing, with runs through 3,000, over 3,500 pages, and have detailed accounts of not only what had happened in Singapore, but also many circumstances that had happened prior to their visit to Singapore. As you all know, that several of the associates of Zubin Garg, 7 of them are in police custody, including the manager of Zubin Garg, Siddharth.
Okay, we have a bad line there with Anirudh. We have a bad line. We'll fix that connection and get him back to give us more details. But viewers, once again, let me give you the updates. It is the SIT which is going to file a 3,500-page charge sheet in the Zubin Garg case. And this after several individuals, more than 300 to be precise, 300 individuals have been interrogated. Anirudh is back with us. Anirudh, we had lost you there for a bit because of a bad connection. But in terms of the number of people interrogated, it is around 300 people. 7 of the accused continue to be in the custody. What is going to be the fate once the charge sheet is filed in front of the court?
The Assam Police SIT is not investigating this case as a simple accident, but in fact they have registered the case as a murder, and the investigation that is happening in this connection is that of a murder probe that is being carried out, and Chief Minister has also repeatedly assured the people, particularly the fans of Zubin Garg, that justice will be served, and the justice will be served in a record time. The Assam government, as far as the process after filing this charge is concerned, the Assam government is expected to move the court, urging the court for a first track trial in the matter. And if we also go through the possible highlights of the charge sheet, then yes, as I was telling you, that the Assam police is investigating this case as a case of murder, and once they file the charge sheet today in the court,
okay.
Only after going through the charge sheet, we will be able to, highlight as what are the charges that has been pressed against the accused person.
That's right.
The 2 main accused in this case, Yamkanu Mohanta and Siddharth Sharma. Apart from that, 5 accomplices are also there. So yes, only a few minutes from now, and the SIT team is expected to arrive in the magistrate court, and they will be submitting the charge sheet.
Okay. Thank you for giving us the details there, Anirudh. With that, viewers, we now shift our focus to more news and updates we are tracking on Republic this morning. India and the US on Thursday concluded 2-day talks in New Delhi, during which both sides engaged views on key trade-related matters, including ongoing negotiations for a mutually beneficial bilateral trade agreement. And what we are also given to understand that, as per sources from the Commerce Ministry, both sides agreed to continue the current purposeful and positive engagements. A delegation led by Deputy US Trade Representative Rick Schwitzer was in New Delhi for the talks, and the visit was Ambassador Schwitzer's first to India after assuming his current office. Now, during the visit, he met Commerce and Industries Minister Piyush Goyal, Commerce Secretary Rajesh Agarwal, and other senior Indian officials. The MEA has called the meeting positive. It is the India-US trade talks that has in fact concluded, and there were several discussions that took place on the front of the economic agenda and the trade, with the MEA saying that it was progressive in nature and positive in nature. Also, in terms of the ambassador, it was his first visit to India after assuming office. Ambassador Schwitz who had made his first visit to India after assuming his current office. And in fact, during the visit, there were several talks that took place in terms of agreements that were made from the side of both the nations. Chandrakala joins me to give us more updates on this. Chandrakala, India-US trade talks went on to be positive, and this is what the MEA had to say. What are the takeaways that we have from the meeting?
Well, indeed, it was a purposeful and positive engagement between both the sides. Of course, it's back on track. Again, the trade talks is back on track. Of course, it is taking place at a very crucial time. And this was the second such visit by the US delegation as far as the trade negotiations is concerned. Of course, we know that sixth round of talks was held earlier. This was the seventh round of talks, and the US Deputy Trade Representative Ambassador Rick Switzer was in Delhi, and a very 2 days talk, a very positive talks concluded here in New Delhi. And this was indeed the very first visit by the Ambassador Rick Switzer to India. But yes, this was a second visit by the US trade delegation here in New Delhi, and it went on a very positive note, during which both sides exchanged views on trade-related matters, and also as far as the first, finalizing the first tranche of the pact is concerned. So yes, a very, very important talk that has taken place between both the sides. This visit was an opportunity for both sides to exchange views on entire gamut of products related to the India-US economic ties and the negotiations between, of course, including ongoing negotiations for mutually beneficial bilateral trade agreement between both the sides. Now, we know that the Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has reiterated earlier as well, as far as India's position is concerned on trade pact is concerned. We are, of course, very much giving priority to our national interests. So yes, this particular visit by the Deputy US Trade Representative Rick Switzer, leading a delegation here in New Delhi, was very fruitful. Something really positive is expected after these talks, because as we know that earlier the negotiators from both sides were asked to finalize the agreement and to finalize the first tranche of the pact by the fall of 2025, but it could not happen. So yes, a very positive outcome is expected after these talks as far as the trade talks.
Absolutely, a very, very positive details and development coming in. With that, viewers, it's time we shift our focus, and it's time we get into a short commercial break. Viewers, more news updates will be coming up on the other side. What we are tracking in the updates in terms of the Luthra brothers. The Luthra brothers have now been taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as the deportation process has begun. And also tracking updates as the DGCA summons Indigo CEO for the second time. He is going to be appearing in front of the committee today.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10 a.m. with me, Tanisha Avasti. The top story that we're tracking on this edition is about the Luthra brothers. Saurav Luthra and Gaurav Luthra, both into custody of the Thai police. They will be deported back soon. We have a major news update on that. All that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Luthra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process now begins. DGC has summons Indigo CEO for the second time, Peter Elbis, to appear today in front of the committee. SIT to file 3,000-page charge sheet in Zubeen Garg death case today.
We've solved 8 wars. Think of it, 8 wars have been solved. Although Thailand and Cambodia, I think I'm going to have to make a couple of phone calls on Thailand, but we'll get that one back on track. But think of it, we've solved 8 wars. That's never happened.
Donald Trump reiterates his statement, says we'll stop the Thailand-Cambodia war with just one fan call. 9 dead as bus crashes into ravine in Andhra. It lost control at a sharp turn. Former Union Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker Shivraj Patil dies at 90. Ladies and gentlemen, it was just yesterday when a chase of 5 days ended. Luthra brothers were taken into custody of the Thailand police. All eyes and questions were then on when they will be deported back. And we have a major news break on that, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news now coming in. We're being told that Luthras are now being taken to the Bangkok Immigration Center. The Luthra brothers will be taken to Bangkok via flight first this morning. And then they will be taken from Bangkok to all the process which will be completed. Luthra brothers will be deported to India soon. The process to deport them to India has been initiated. The Goa Chief Minister, CBI, Goa Police are working to ensure that the nightclub fire accused Luthra brothers are brought to India at the earliest. A major news break there coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The news is tightening on the Luthra brothers. The deportation process of the Luthra brothers have now begun. Swarali, my colleague, is joining me live from Panji in Goa. Swarali, you have been tracking the story since the fire broke out. Luthra brothers were on a chase for 5 days. Yesterday, they were caught in custody. They were traced to the same hotel where they were staying at. And now all eyes and questions were yesterday on when will they be deported to India. And today we have a confirmation that they are now being shifted to the Bangkok Immigration Center, after which the deportation process will start. And as we speak, Swarali, the deportation process, I learn, has already started. What is the process that will be followed once they are here in India?
Yes, that's true. It's a major success. In last few days, we have been tracking this entire story continuously, and now we are getting this information that alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, which killed 25 people, are now taken to Bangkok Immigration Center from the Phuket Immigration Center. We are gathering this information right now, and the deportation process has started. And we have been trying to talk to Goa administration, CM, police continuously, and they are ensuring the media, the people, the deceased or the family, that strict action will be taken on Luthra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators, as soon as they are back. And they are also affirming that they are trying their best to get them back as early as possible. But as we all know, right now they are taken with a flight to Bangkok Immigration Center, and the due process for deportation has started, and all the angles will be explored. How can they be brought back as soon as possible, because the legal course of action has to take place back in India. As you all know, 25 people had to lose their lives in a burst by Romeo Lane nightclub in Arpora village of North Goa. And this has become a very sensitive case because lapses were seen at multiple levels. Questions were raised not just on the owners but also the government departments who provided permissions to operate this illegal and irregular nightclub which killed 25 people. So it will become very important. At any time soon we can get a major update that how, when and where the Luthra brothers, alleged perpetrators, will be deported back to India. We'll keep you updated as soon as we get any information.
Right. Also, Swarali, since you are reporting from Panji in Goa, you're also tracking the Goa police and what the Chief Minister has been saying. Yesterday, the Chief Minister in his statement had given out a very big news point where he said that the Luthra brothers will come back to India, they will face the Indian law and they will also be taken to Goa. But for what reasons has he said that? Why will the Luthra brothers be taken to Goa? What's the story behind that?
See, we have to understand the sentiment of the people over here right now. Even if we talk about the Goan people are tourists, it's a tourism hotspot, and the pressure that was being created on the entire ecosystem because such lapses. And after this case, several facts about the fire security lapses. On the other hand, the norms which are supposed to be adhered to when you operate any such business, may it be excise or town planning. It is also said that it was constructed in a CRZ zone, that is coastal regulation zone. So there is a public sentiment over here that they should be brought back to justice in the state of Goa. And when we tried to talk to the CM, he had informed media that he'll be behind the bars as soon as they are back in India, and the entire legal process will be expedited because 25 people, when they lose their lives, not just them but their families are also affected, and strong justice is being demanded by people of Goa, tourists who pour in Goa, and that's the reason this kind of strict legal action is being taken, and it is said that they'll be brought back to the state of Goa where justice should happen.
Right. I request you to stay with me, Surali, because we're getting in more breaking news in the same regard. Now, there is a visitor of the nightclub who has made some very, very serious allegations. She says in her statement to news agency ANI that there were major safety lapses as far as the Romeo Lane nightclub is concerned, which, remember, ladies and gentlemen, has now been demolished. She says that there was only one exit and entry point through which the visitors could come in, and there was a lot of suffocation. So ultimately, any small fire incident also would have resulted in a big tragedy. And remember, this alarm was raised even before the nightclub was demolished, ladies and gentlemen. The big revelation by the visitor. Listen in.
मैं 1 नवंबर को अपने कज़न्स के साथ रोमियो लेन वैगाटोर में गई थी. हम 13 लोग थे कुछ, और हमें वहाँ पे हम करीबन 11 बजे पहुँचे थे वहाँ पे। और जब हम नीचे पहुँचे तो वो क्लब एज सच बना हुआ है कि आप वो बहुत सफोकेटिंग है। वहाँ के एंट्री एग्जिट्स है नहीं कुछ, एक ही एंट्री और एक ही एग्जिट है, वो भी काफ़ी ऊपर चढ़ के। तो वहाँ से निकलना बड़ा टफ है और नीचे जाना भी टफ है। मैं 1 नवंबर को अपने कज़न्स के साथ रोमियो लेन वैगाटोर में गई थी। हम 13 लोग थे कुछ, और हमें वहाँ पे हम करीबन 11 बजे पहुँचे थे वहाँ पे। और जब हम नीचे पहुँचे तो वो क्लब एज सच बना हुआ है कि आप वो बहुत सफोकेटिंग है। वहाँ के एंट्री एग्जिट्स है नहीं कुछ, एक ही एंट्री और एक ही एग्जिट है, वो भी काफ़ी ऊपर चढ़ के। तो वहाँ से निकलना बड़ा टफ है और नीचे जाना भी टफ है।
All right, Swarali continues to stay with me on the broadcast. Swarali, big revelation there, but not something that we didn't know. We already knew that there were safety lapses that took place, number one in the Birch Club, and now this allegation has been made against another club, also owned by the Birch brothers, Saurav and Gaurav Luthra. She says in a statement that there were safety lapses, there was a lot of suffocation when we entered, and there was only one exit and entry point. So even entry and exit on a normal day would be very difficult, and hence the Romeo Lane nightclub has now been demolished. So certainly the kind of excuses and the contentions that were placed by the Luthra brothers via their court, via their lawyer yesterday in court stands completely null and void now.
Yes, let me try and explain our viewers why was she trying to say that, because we have been reporting live from the visual when the extended property, the encroached property was bulldozed by the Goa administration. At that time we had shown through our visuals that the entry and the exit. So we have to understand the Romeo by Lane nightclub, which was situated in Vagator, which was bulldozed, situated on a hill-like place, which goes down to a seashore, and it is constructed on a hill-like, and that's why there is a slant staircase downwards to actually the place, the nightclub, which was situated on the seashore. It goes through a staircase, and the entire structure is made up of wooden plank. The entire structure is made of the wooden furniture, and that's the reason why she was trying to say that. And exactly, there is only one entry and exit. Even the fire exit, there was a signage of fire exit, which itself was made from the wooden planks. So we can understand the kind of security lapses that was there. On the other hand, 198 square kilometer of Vagator Romeo by Lane nightclub was bulldozed by the Goa government with the same reason, because it was on an encroached land in the CRZ zone. It was on a coastal line where it is not allowed to construct, and even in July it was bulldozed, but it was reconstructed. That was what Goa government had to say. But if we talk about the fire security norms, the entire entry, it's a staircase down the actual place, which is made of wooden. The entire staircase is wooden staircase, and you have to climb down or climb up, and it's a quite few steps to reach to the actual spot, actual Romeo by Lane nightclub, which is situated in the Vagator. And that's the reason she was trying to say that there was only a single entry and exit, which makes it very difficult. If any such fire incident could have unfolded in the second location, it would have also become very difficult for visitors, tourists, or even the staff members to get out of the spot.
Right, Surali, stay with me, because it's just not one big expose that this woman has made. There are another big revelations that she's made. Now, days after 25 people died in a fire at Goa's Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, a woman who visited the club last month has leveled serious allegations against the manager, including physical assault. She also said that the security personnel and bouncers at the club hit her and her sister and her brother and attacked while the brother with a rod. Notably, the owners of the club, Gaurav and Saurav Luthra, boarded a New Delhi-Phuket Indigo flight barely hours after the fire broke out. They have now been detained in Thailand. But the major news point here being that, ladies and gentlemen, just days before the fire broke out, this woman called Vaibhavi, she was a visitor at the nightclub. She's made some serious allegations ranging from assault to hitting with a rod and harassment. Listen into what she said, that big statement.
तो वहाँ का स्टाफ स्टार्टिंग से ही हमारे साथ बदतमीज़ी और रूड बिहेवियर और गलत तरीके से बात कर रहा था, बट हमने सोचा कि क्योंकि मतलब हमारी एज सच कोई गलती नहीं थी और हमें लगा कि यार कोई बात नहीं, अवॉइड करते हैं इस चीज़ को, क्योंकि भाई बहन थे और रात के लेट हो गया था, तो इतना हमें कुछ क्योटिक नहीं करना था, हमें बस शांति से खाना पीना था और वहाँ से निकलना था। और जब निकलने लगे तो वहाँ पे एक बीच में चेयर रखी थी रास्ते में, हैवी सी चेयर, गार्ड बड़ी टाइप की चेयर थी, सोफा इश था, तो उसको पैर से मेरे कज़िन ने साइड कर दिया और उसको वहीं लगा दिया जहाँ पे उसका जगह था। इतने पे मैनेजर आते हैं और बोलते हैं कि आप हमारा फर्नीचर डैमेज कर रहे हो, आप ये कर रहे हो, आपको पहले ही हमें बाहर निकाल देना चाहिए था, आपकी औकात क्या, आप लोग आते हो, ये करते हो, वो करते हो। और मेरे भाई ने बोला सर आप आराम से बात कीजिए, हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हम जा रहे हैं यहाँ से, आप हमसे आराम से बात कीजिए। लेकिन इतने पे उसने उनका कॉलर पकड़ लिया और बदतमीज़ी और गलत तरीके से बात करना शुरू कर दी। और जब हमने उनको छुड़ाया, बोला कि सॉरी वगैरह बोला और वहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश की, तो उन्होंने अपने बाउंसर्स को बुला लिया, जो उनका 25 लोगों का बाउंसर का वो पूरा जो वहाँ सिक्योरिटी थी, सबको बुला लिया और वो चेस करके हम पे हाथ उठाना शुरू कर दिया।
Revelation again there coming in from Vaibhavi, one of the visitors at the nightclub. Swarali continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Swarali, please share more details about what was the incident all about, how did it happen, because these are some very serious allegations that the visitor is levelling against the club managers.
Yes, that's true. We can hear a visitor, Vaibhavi, who has leveled serious allegations against the management of the Romeo nightclub, which was situated in Vagator. Now we know that this is the second club owned by the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers, and which was bulldozed by Goa administration. On the other hand, very serious allegations. There was a spat. There was a spat between visitors and the management, as she was saying, according to her claims. Manager and the team of bouncers came there and allegedly she was assaulted. Not just her, but her brother was also attacked by rod, according to her claims. Now, if these claims are true, these are very, very serious allegations in a point of time wherein all the proofs, all the lapses, all the security failures are going against the management and the owners, alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers. And with every passing day, we are getting fissures in their entire management system, having wrong trade licenses, having no fire NOC in place, that killed 25 people on the spot in Birch nightclub. The construction was illegally constructed in the CRZ zone, that is coastal regulation zone. On the other hand, now we are getting an information by a visitor. She is claiming that the management, the bouncers team had attacked the cousins, and her brother was also attacked with a rod. That's the kind of allegations she has put up, which are very, very serious. So at every level, every possible aspect of the entire story, there are various allegations on Luthra brothers for not maintaining norms, checks and balances, not taking measures which are required for any business to operate, any hospitality business to operate. On the other hand, now there's a different kind of allegation which is very serious about the security of tourists or visitors who would pour in to the nightclubs owned by the Luthra brothers. And we are getting more and more details and updates in this entire case. But these are some very serious allegations that are put up by a visitor in Romeo by Lane nightclub, which was situated in Vagator.
For getting us those details. Quickly moving across to one more set of breaking news that's coming in, ladies and gentlemen. After Goa, a massive fire has now broken out at a nightclub in Bhubaneswar in Odisha. Now, there was a massive fire that was reported at a bar at a Satya Vihar area of Bhubaneswar in the capital of Odisha, causing panic among the locals. There were firefighters that were rushed to the scene, and thick smoke was also seen rising from the establishment, visuals of which will be on our screen in just some moments from now. The exact cause of the fire, however, is still unclear. Officials are now investigating whether it was a fire that was caused by an electric short circuit, a kitchen malfunction, or another possible cause. Firefighters worked tirelessly to bring the situation under control and prevent the fire from spreading to nearby buildings. In the densely populated area, the prompt action helped bring the fire under control in time. No casualties, however, have been reported so far.
So that's the latest breaking news that we are getting in as far as a nightclub catching fire in Odisha is concerned after Goa, ladies and gentlemen. This is a nightclub in Odisha that has caught fire. No casualties so far has been reported in the case, but massive blaze as you see on your screens. Firefighters have reached the spot as far as a nightclub in Odisha is concerned. This one is from Bhubaneswar. We are getting in details of how there are no casualties that have been reported, but the exact cause of the fire is still unknown. All right, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking in the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Staying on these visuals for some time now. Fire at a nightclub in Bhubaneswar. No casualties reported. It is yet to ascertain the cause of the fire. Moving on to some other breaking news that's coming in. India markets have now opened higher on Friday, that is today, as momentum builds on India-United States trade talks. This one is a good news for India. The domestic stock markets opened on a positive note today, supported by renewed confidence after progress on the India-United States trade deal and the recent conversation between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and United States President Donald Trump. Now, the NSE Nifty 50 index opened at 25,971.20, rising 72.65 points, while the BSE Sensex also maintained the positive sentiment, starting the day at 85,051.03 with a gain of 232.90 points or 0.27%. Pranav, my colleague, is joining us from the digital newsroom. Pranav, certainly a good news for India.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are 2 or 3 tailwinds that we need to look at as far as the market spike today is concerned. One was obviously the RBI rate cut decision, which was followed by the Federal Reserve rate decision, which just, day before yesterday, the Fed chief Jerome Powell cut the overnight lending rates by 25 basis points. So that's another good news. And the third booster, so to say, that the markets today have is the talk between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Donald Trump, the telephonic conversation which has renewed hope for a US-India trade deal. And that's the reaction that we are seeing in the markets today.
Right. Also, Pranav, one more question before I let you go. Yesterday, there was news about how the Prime Minister has spoken to United States President Donald Trump. Do you think that also played a big role in the markets giving good news for India today?
Well, absolutely, because the markets have been trading low primarily for the past about a year. In fact, Indian markets were among the worst performing markets for the year gone by. And the primary reason behind that has been the tariffs, the ongoing trade war, so to say, between the United States and the global nations. Not just India, across the world. Now, Donald Trump has 50%, US has imposed 50% tariffs on India. And yesterday's calls, in addition to the fact that the US delegation is already in India, in fact, Union Minister Piyush Goyal also hinted yesterday that the talks are going on positive note. So these 2 or 3 factors have added just a boost and tailwind to the positive momentum globally.
All right, Pranav, thank you very much for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on in the broadcast. Now, search operations are continuing for the second day in the international border. It is a consecutive day, and this is happening at the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba, as forces are intensifying crackdown on the suspected terror routes ahead of a snowfall in upper reaches. Here's a quick report that my colleague Gursimran has filed from Ground Zero.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district, where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak it into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels, but this is the special operations group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorist can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
Please stop! झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी का एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
Our focus back to the big news that came in from Bhubaneswar, Odisha, where a massive fire has now broken out at a nightclub in Bhubaneswar in Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this comes just days after, exactly nearly 6 days after fire broke out at a nightclub in Goa. Now this one is coming in from Bhubaneswar, where a similar kind of fire has broken out at a nightclub in Goa. These are the live visuals on your screen coming in from Bhubaneswar. This was the fire that caught just late at night. More details now coming in. This is a bar in a Satya Vihar area of Bhubaneswar, the capital of Odisha. It has caused panic among the locals. Firefighters team had rushed to the scene and thick smoke was seen rising from the establishment. Now, according to the reports, the exact cause of the fire, ladies and gentlemen, is still unclear. Officials are currently investigating whether it was caused by an electric short circuit, a kitchen malfunction or any other possible cause. So any cause has not been ruled out yet. Firefighters are working tirelessly to bring the situation under control and prevent the fire from spreading to nearby buildings in the densely populated area. The prompt action helped to bring the fire under control at that in time. However, investigation agencies are now onto the job to ascertain the cause of the fire. And the good news, ladies and gentlemen, here is that no casualties so far has been reported. With that, it's time for us to now slip into our short break. Getting you the details after the break are on two major stories. Number one, how Luthra's deportation process has now been initiated. And story number two that we will tell you after the break is about the Indigo CEO who has been summoned for the second straight day by the inquiry committee of the DGCA.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को प्यार।
Top headlines that we're tracking at 10:30 a.m. this morning. Luthra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process begins. DGCA summons Indigo for the second time. Peter Elvis to appear before the committee today. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubeen Garg death case.
We've solved 8 wars. Think of it, 8 wars have been solved. Although Thailand and Cambodia, I think I'm going to have to make a couple of phone calls on Thailand, but we'll get that one back on track. But think of it, we've solved 8 wars. That's never happened.
Donald Trump reiterates his statement, says will stop Thailand-Cambodia war with a call. 9 dead as bus crashes into ravine in Andhra. It lost control at a sharp turn. Former Union Home Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker Shivraj Patil dies at 90. And we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Deepam issue that's taken place in the state of Tamil Nadu and specifically in Madurai. We now learn that the Madras High Court will be hearing all the appeals today against the Deepam Rao. When we say appeals, one of the appeal that has been made was to impeach the judge of the Madras High Court, G.R. Swaminathan, who had passed the landmark verdict and had given his verdict in favor of the Hindus. Today, the Madras High Court will be hearing all the appeals against the Deepam Rao, starting from the appeals that opposition members or members of the other community have to make. This has been one of the key issues, ladies and gentlemen, after Madras High Court Judge G.R. Swaminathan passed a landmark verdict saying that Deepam or lamp can be lit at the hilltop, after which the ASI had also reached the spot, because the point of contention there, ladies and gentlemen, was there was a dargah that was present at the hilltop where the Deepam was allowed to be lit, and the opposition members had raised the same issue, saying that if there is a dargah, there cannot be a lamp that could be lit. Meanwhile, Sharda, my colleague, is joining me live from the Madras High Court. Sharda, we learned that all the appeals against the Deepam issue will be heard today in the Madras High Court. What are those? What are these appeals that we're talking about here?
Well, the case which adjourned to today, day before yesterday, when the Judge G.R. Swaminathan had called for the commissioner, the Madurai City Commissioner, and also the collectorate. And however, now it's been adjourned today, and all the appeals that have been filed, again, including the Ram Ravi Kumar, who's the first petitioner asking for the Deepam to be lit on the top of the hill, will also be appearing today. And all the appeals against the government and against the judge, and also it will be a two-bench judge that will be reviewing this particular appeal today. And also it's expected that the appeals will go on till the evening. And also, as multiple political parties have also raised their voice, it's expected that political parties will also be filing their appeals in relation to this case, whereas the DMK is yet to answer to what the main question on why the district collector and the police did not allow the petitioner along with the CISF to light the lamp on the top. So the appeals also include questioning the government on how the district administration allowed the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct an experiment yesterday on the stones that was especially on the Deepatun that's situated on the top of the hill.
Right, Sharda, also talk to us about the hearing is starting to take place at 11 today. When we talk about the other issues that has centered the Deepam Rao, one of them being the impeachment of the Madras High Court judge, what more update do you have on that? A letter, I believe, was already submitted by the opposition MPs, which also included 100 others from the other parties, including Shiv Sena, UBT and other opposition parties in the parliament.
Well, the DMK first came up with telling that G.R. Swaminathan's ideology is based towards Hinduism and RSS, and he's only partial to certain side of the religion, and that's the reason he passed an order like this, following which the Thirumavelan, the VCK leader, wanted to move an impeachment motion against the judge, following which he also took help of the DMK and other MPs from the India Alliance who moved to the parliament and also submitted an impeachment motion against Judge G.R. Swaminathan to the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla, following which they're expecting the motion to be moved to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha where MPs get vote. However, the Speaker has not yet decided whether the motion will be brought into place for discussion or for a debate at the winter parliament session. Meanwhile, the DMK continues to state that they want to get an impeachment against Judge G.R. Swaminathan. Also noted that few cases from the past that Judge G.R. Swaminathan had given is mostly lying towards the interest of Hindus and not going against, not against the other people. And also added that Judge G.R. Swaminathan's rule, especially in this Tirupurakuntram Deepam Rao, goes against the 2014 Supreme Court law, which said that people cannot light the lamp on the top of the hill as the part of the land belongs to the dargah, whereas now judge who went personally there and made sure he got the proofs, and also it says that the lamp is 15 meters away from the dargah, more than 15 meters away from the dargah, as now the temple has the permission to light the lamp. But again, as well as we see, the DMK under the head chancelling department, the temple administration, did not obey the orders of the court and are now in contempt.
All right, thank you very much, Sharda. All eyes will now be on the Madras High Court hearing, which will be starting at 11 a.m. today. Sharda, we'll come back to you on that note. Moving on to some other breaking news that we're getting in. This is about a cylinder blast that's taken place at Koppal in Karnataka. Now, 7 people we learn have been seriously injured in a cylinder explosion at Hebbal village in the Gangavati Taluk of Koppal district. The incident occurred while a new LPG cylinder was being installed, leading to a sudden blast. The injured have been identified and there are 4 others as well who have been identified. All 7 victims are now taken to the government hospital for treatment. The incident falls under the jurisdiction of the Gangavati Rural Police Station. Abhishek, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast on that note. Abhishek, talk to us about the cylinder blast details. We learned that this happened while the LPG cylinder was being installed. Are there any possible angles that the officers of the police is also looking at?
Well, is this a wanted act or an act of injustice, or is it probably due to an accident is the point of question which the police are recovering and investigating as of now. Only the maximum of 7 persons have been injured deeply and gravely as of now is what the information has been said. All of them are in the Gangavati hospital taking the treatment, and it is claimed as of now that they are out of danger currently, but the situation might worsen up is what the government doctors have informed the sources of Republic TV. And on the other hand, we've also seen that this was due to a LPG blast while the installation was being was in progress is what we have been informed. So the point is this a new house or is this an old house? Was this a new connection or the defect in the wire of the connection? There are various other places where the cylinder leak could have happened, the gas leak could have happened, then this might have ignited a spark and then the blast could have occurred. However, the maximum extent of the blast has been reduced is what the hospital doctors who are treating these patients have informed as of now, but we'll have to wait for much more details from the hospital.
Right, Abhishek, I request you to stay with me because we're getting in more breaking news from Karnataka. We learned that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar attended a late-night dinner meeting on Thursday evening, that is yesterday, alongside more than 40 MLAs at the farmhouse of the Congress leader Praveen. However, when approached by the reporters, D.K. Shivkumar clarified that the dinner was purely a social occasion. Those present at the gathering included senior party leaders and legislators such as S.T. Somashkekar and Iqbal Hussain, along with others. We also have a statement from D.K. Shivkumar on that. Let's listen in.
ಯಾವ ಊಟನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಮಾಜಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. 1 ವರ್ಷ ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಊಟನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಮ್ಮ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇಡೀ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮರೆಯಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದವನೇನು ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವನೇ. ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಊಟ ಇವತ್ತು ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ರಾಗಿ ಮುದ್ದೆ ಸಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವೆ. ಬೇಡ ನಂಗಾಗಿತ್ತಾ? ನನಗೆ ದಿನ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಊಟ ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಅವರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ದಿನ ಹೋಗೋದು. ನಾಳಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೇಟ್ ಕರೆದವ್ರೆ, ಆಸು ಸೇಟ್ ಕರೆದವ್ರೆ, ಫಿರೋಜ್ ಸೇಟ್ ಕರೆದವ್ರೆ. ಹಂಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ದಿನ ಹೋಗೋದು.
All right, Abhishek is continuing to stay with us on the broadcast. Abhishek, no matter how much the party leaders deny that it was a casual meeting, it was a socializing event, but all of these meetings back-to-back that are being held by each camp, the D.K. Shivkumar camp and the Siddaramaiah camp, also keeping in mind the hectic parleys that's happened in the national capital just few weeks back, certainly points towards a different story, that all is not well within the Karnataka government.
Tanisha, this might be a reply to Siddaramaiah's camp, which was hosted by one of the local MLAs in Belagavi. Siddaramaiah and a couple of leaders who belong to Siddaramaiah's camp had met in Seat's house. The Seat is influential MLA in Belagavi. After which DCM D.K. Shivkumar, along with 40 other MLAs on his camp, have attended a dinner party in Praveen Doddananavar's resort, which is on the outskirts of Belagavi, is what we have been informed. However, when the reporters questioned about that, D.K. Shivkumar has very clearly mentioned it was a casual meet for dinner because Mahesh Praveen Doddananavar was the party president of the district in the last couple of years, and he had been inviting D.K. Shivkumar for the last 15 years. This is why he had to, he was forced to go to Praveen Doddananavar's residence for a dinner. On the other hand, it is very clear that D.K. Shivkumar is trying to give out a message without using any verbal mode to Siddaramaiah's camp, showcasing that majority of the MLAs in Congress party are on the D.K. Shivkumar's camp, and probably he might take it to the next extent if at all Siddaramaiah doesn't give up on the chair of Chief Minister in the next couple of days as agreed upon. So this is a very clear indication that Congress had decided not to give out any reasons to the opposition party during the assembly session, and this is why both of these camps and both of these leaders are keeping quiet only until the assembly session ends, and after which they will continue their tussle with the chair of Chief Minister and they will be going to Delhi is what we have been informed. Anytime in the next 1 or 2 days, DCM DK Shivkumar is going to leave to Delhi to have a conversation with the High Command to build up the tension on the High Command to elevate him from the position of Deputy Chief Minister to the position of Chief Minister. We have also seen Yatindra Sidramaiah repeatedly saying that his father will continue as the Chief Minister as agreed upon by the High Command. On the other hand, we've also seen DK Shivkumar and his camp not speaking about the leadership change after the directions from the AICC or the Congress High Command. So this is a clear representation from both the camps stating that the leadership tussle will continue no matter what. It has been on hold only in front of the media temporarily because of the assembly sessions, and they will take it to the next extent in the next couple of days because the rumors are that DK Shivkumar will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka probably after January 15th and within February 15th is what the sources of Congress have informed. But we will have to wait and see what the next move of the opposition team within the Congress party, which is opponent to DK Shivkumar, Sidramaiah's camp, is going to do, because DK Shivkumar and 40 other MLAs have had met for dinner previous night. The reply from Sidramaiah's team might continue today evening. Tanisha.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to more stories that we are tracking on this edition. Search operations are continuing for the second consecutive day alongside the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba district as forces intensify crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of snowfall in the upper reaches. Here's a quick report that's been filed by my colleague Simran.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak it into the Indian territory. And here on this side also you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the Special Operations Group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorists can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
To more breaking news that's coming in from the state of Assam, we learned that SIT will be submitting its charge sheet in the Zubeen Garg death case today. They will be filing a 3,500-page charge sheet today in the case. The special investigation team is set to file the charge sheet in the court today in connection with the high-profile murder of Zubeen Garg. According to officials, more than 300 individuals have already been interrogated as a part of the investigation. Following these extensive inquiries, the SIT is now ready to formally present the charge sheet in court, marking a significant development in the case. Currently, 7 accused of the case, organizer Shamukh Manta, manager Siddharth Sharma and others are in judicial custody. All right, major development there that's expected in the Zubeen Garg death case. The SIT will now submit its charge sheet in the court. It is a 3,500-page long charge sheet, which the SIT will be submitting in the court as far as the murder of Zubeen Garg is concerned. The SIT says that more than 300 people have already been interrogated in this regard. Aniruddha is joining us on the phone line. Aniruddha, please share more details. Aniruddha, can you share more details about the charge sheet that SIT is going to file?
Yes, the SIT will be filing the charge sheet in front of the CJM court today, and right now we are getting to know that the SIT team has already moved out of their office at the Assam Police headquarters, and from there they are on their way to the CJM court here, where they will be filing the charge sheet in connection to the Zubin Garg's death proof. It may be mentioned that murder charges have been pressed against the accused, and all other aspects are also being looked into as per the provisions of the Section 208 of the BNSS, which entitles an Indian agency to investigate for a crime that has taken place on a foreign soil. After invoking the Section 208 of the BNSS, the investigation is proceeding, and the charge sheet runs through more than 3,500 pages. That is what we are getting to know as of now. In a short while from now, we are expecting the SIT to arrive here at the court, where they will be submitting the charge sheet. And if we also talk about the circumstances that led to the death of Zubin Garg in Singapore, the entire circumstances had been mysterious, and that is the reason why, several angles emerged out when the investigation was on. And in fact, the police and the investigating agencies had also probed all the angles, all the evidences have been gathered. More than 300 people have been questioned in connection to Zubin Garg's death, both from Singapore as well as in Assam. And also, for that matter, we also need to know that the Assam police, for the first time, went to Singapore. They did a thorough investigation with the agency there. The Singaporean police had also cooperated with the Assam police in connection to the probe, and some of the people, the residents of Singapore from Assam who were there in the yacht on that unfortunate day accompanying Zubin Garg, they were also questioned. After recording all the statements of more than 300 people, the police had prepared this charge sheet, which runs through more than 3,500 pages, and the angle of murder is something that is being probed upon. In fact, Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma had repeatedly said that Zubin Garg's death is not a natural death or not an accidental death, but in fact it is a murder, and that according to the provisions of the BNSS, they are probing it as a murder case itself. Studio.
All right, Aniruddha, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to more breaking news that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen. And this is in regard with Indigo. Now, we learned that there is a major action that's taken place after the aviation crisis had deepened. The DGCA has now suspended 4 flight operation inspectors amid the Indigo chaos. They were responsible for overseeing the airline's safety and operational compliance, is what the sources have said. Major action there coming in from the DGCA officials. However, the action seems too little and too late after thousands of flights have already been disrupted and cancelled for weeks now. The DGCA finally swinging into action and suspending 4 operational people who were responsible for the compliance of the rules and technical safety. Shambhavi is joining us live on the broadcast. Shambhavi, please share more details about the action that's been taken by Indigo. Certainly, it's too little and too less.
See, definitely now that we have entered around 11th or 12th day of this entire Indigo crisis that has disrupted the lives of thousands and thousands of Indians who were who have booked the Indigo flight, and now several actions we have gotten from DGCA's end, either from deploying 2 dedicated teams responsible for making sure that everything gets back on track, and now we know as a fresh update that 4 flight operations inspectors have been suspended, who are responsible for overseeing the regular operations of the airline. Now, definitely this is a very important step, but again, as you very rightly pointed out, that it is too little too late. But definitely after being reprimanded by the government, or be it from the Delhi High Court as well, who came down heavily, who slammed the government as well as DGCA, saying that why did this situation happen in the first place? Why did you let situation get out of hand and get this worse in the first place? But we can see that now DGCA has been taking continuous steps, be it asking for revised report, progress report from Indigo every 15 days, be it a deployment of dedicated teams, or be it suspension of the inspectors or officials who are responsible or who had a part in this entire Indigo crisis. Back to you.
Right, thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us those details. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, Indigo's operational crisis is far from over. The airline CEO has been summoned yet again for the second day today. Peter Elbis has been called in by the DGCA for the second round of questioning, with the government stepping in. High Court monitoring the situation and pressure mounting from all sides. Indigo is facing one of the toughest moments yet. Here's the full report.
Indigo's operational crisis continues to deepen, and now airline CEO has been summoned once again. CEO Peter Elbis has been asked to appear before the DGCA today for the second round of questioning over the massive flight disruptions. This comes even as Indigo struggles to recover from its worst operational breakdown till date. Since December 2, hundreds of flights have been cancelled across Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai and Delhi, leaving passengers stranded for hours. The government has taken a tough line, directing Indigo to scale down operations to stabilize schedules. Between December 1 and 9, over 8.86 lakh PNRs were cancelled, forcing Indigo to issue refunds worth Rs 900.8 crores. The crisis reached the Delhi High Court after an urgent petition sought immediate intervention. The court sharply questioned the centre over how the situation was allowed to spiral this far. It further directed that all rules on compensation for stranded passengers must be strictly followed by Indigo. With the High Court monitoring developments and the government tracking each move, Indigo faces mounting pressure to restore stability fast. A full regulatory audit is now on the table as the airline fights to bring its operations back on track. Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, getting you the details of the deportation process of the Luthra brothers.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
us to slip into another short break, getting you details of the deportation process of the Luthra brothers after that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा प्यार चाहिए दे दो क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी
that we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I am Riyanka Chaudhary. There is no escape for the Luthra brothers. Yes, the deportation process has already begun and they will be soon be deported back to the country where they will be arrested soon after they land. We get you the details, but first up the headlines. Luthra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process begins. DGCA summons Indigo CEO for the second time, Peter Elbers, to appear today in front of the committee. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case today. Donald Trump reiterates his statement, says we'll stop Thailand-Cambodia war over with a call. 9 dead as bus crashes into a ravine in Andhra. It lost control at the sharp turn. Former Union Home Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker Shivraj Patil dies at 90. Viewers, to the top breaking news coming in this hour. All appeals against the Deepam issue in Thiruparankundaram is to be heard today at 11 a.m. which is at this minute we are given to understand in the Madurai bench of Madras High Court. The key hearing on the Deepam controversy in Madras High Court takes place now. Madras High Court will hear the contempt case against the district collector. Contempt hearing for not following court orders to light the lamp. The key hearing on the Deepam Rao in Madras High Court now. The key hearing on the Deepam Rao Madras High Court begins. We will get you the details on that. Sharda joins us live to give us more details. Sharda, what is the update from the court at this given point in time?
Well, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court is just starting to hear the appeals and also the other cases in relation to the Tiruparakunram Deepam Rao. Also, we have the district collector and the police city commissioner of the Madurai city to appear before the bench today, also to answer why they did not follow the orders given by the judge on December 1. While there was an order on December 3rd as well asking for the collector and the police to give permission for the petitioners, a set of 10 people who are allowed to go on the top of the hill with CRPF security to light the lamp on December 4. Again, the district collector said that 144 has been imposed in Madurai city and that they were not allowed to climb up the hill. And now, apart from all the other appeals will also be heard, while the petitioners have also filed cases against the triple administration, the district collector, and also multiple other queries to be answered today on the Tiruparakunram Deepam Rao. And the main important point here is that the impeachment motion that's been submitted against Judge G.R. Swaminathan, whereas the court lawyer continues to state, the state lawyer is continuing to state that the Judge G.R. Swaminathan has been biased in this particular case and has been leaning towards Hinduism, and the ideology of RSS is what he's been pointing out.
That's right. What lies next? What lies next, Sharda, in this regard? What can we expect?
Well, the appeal is going to be heard all through today is what the lawyer of the state has informed us before entering into the court, and also added that by evening is when we will know what the exact court orders would be. As it's not just the appeals that would be heard, also multiple discussions are to be held whether the Tiruparakunram Rao should continue or whether there will be an end to is what today's discussion and the debate will let us to. And also keeping in mind on the 17th of this month, Judge G.R. Swaminathan has also called for the ADGP of the state of Tamil Nadu and also the Chief Secretary from the Secretariat in Chennai to appear in a video conference for certain discussions that should be held on December 17th in relation to the Tiruparakunram. It is to note that this comes after the judge made a comment 2 days back telling that the district officials generally do not go against the court orders, and that if they had gone against the court orders, it should be in the pressure and the authorities of their higher-ups who had given them that permission, and that's the reason he wants to talk to the ADGP and the Chief Secretary of the state.
All right, Sharda, thank you for giving us the details on that story. We will track the updates coming in closely. But with that, viewers, we shift our focus now to more news and updates coming in. The Luthra brothers, these are the breaking developments. Luthra brothers have been taken to Bangkok Immigration Center. The Luthra brothers have been taken to Bangkok via the first flight this morning. And there's a huge crackdown. It's a crackdown on the brothers. They have been taken from Phuket Immigration Center to Bangkok Immigration Center. The Luthra brothers to be deported to India soon. The process to deport them to India has been initiated. Goa Chief Minister, CBI, the Goa police are working to ensure that the nightclub fire accused Luthra brothers are brought to India at the earliest. At the earliest, viewers. And we will get in more details. It is corruption that killed 25 people, corruption and of course not taking accountability, rather fleeing to another country when this happened. The Luthra brothers have been tracked, traced and now all set to be deported. Swarali joining us to give us more details and help us with the updates. Swarali, the brothers have been now taken from the Phuket Immigration Center to the Bangkok Immigration Center. The process is moving very, very swiftly. What are we expecting next?
Yes, that's true. Right now, they are in the custody of Thai Royal Police and they have been taken from Phuket Immigration Center to Bangkok Immigration Center right now to proceed further the deportation process, and the central agencies as well as the Goa administration is in the constant effort to speed up the entire process of deportation. As we all know, it's a question of two countries. They are supposed to be deported back from Thailand back to India. Because of the treaty, it might sound easy or it might become easy. That's what is being said. But on the other hand, several norms and procedures have to be followed, and a constant follow-up of the process is being done right now on the side of authorities. Now we know that alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers, fled the scene immediately within hours of this major tragic incident, killing 25 people. At 1:17, a flight was booked through MakeMyTrip.com and took an Indigo flight to Phuket at 5:30 a.m. We have seen the kind of arguments the team of lawyers of Luthra brothers had made in the court of law, saying that they were not on a business trip. They were on a business trip, my bad. They were not there. They had not fled the scene. But Council of Goa had outrightly denied their charges, saying the Goa police had went to the residence within a few hours of tragic incident unfolding, and they were not to be seen anywhere indefinitely. They fled the scene. They evaded the interrogation and arrest, and even after the blue corner notice was released, before they were arrested by the Thai Royal Police, they had demanded for an anticipatory bail plea for a month, and they had demanded that the entire proceeding should take place in the state of Goa, and that is the kind of demands made by the alleged perpetrators Luthra brothers in times when 25 people were killed in one of the most tragic fire incidents in the state of Goa in a nightclub that is Burj by Romeo Lane, owned by them. So now it is very, very important to see and track all the details of this entire story. On one hand, Goa administration, CM has affirmed that as soon as they are brought back to India, once they are deported back, very strict action will be taken. The legal course will take its place. It will be sped up. On the other hand, he has also said they will be behind the bars soon, and they are also affirming the central agencies as well as the Goa administration.
Accountability needs to be taken, Swarali. Accountability needs to be taken, and of course the corruption angle is also being investigated. The CBI, the Goa police, they are working very closely to ensure that the nightclub accused, the Luthra brothers, are brought to India at the earliest, and then the entire process, interrogation and the further legal action be taken against them. Help us with more details. What happens the minute they land?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, according to the information we are collecting from ground, we are tracking the story continuously since last 4 or 5 days, and a strict course of action will be taken indefinitely as soon as they land to India. Now, there are various possibilities. It is being said that they'll be taken to Delhi first. As soon as they're deported, they'll be landed in Delhi, and then the transit remand will be given to Goa police, and then they'll be brought to Goa. Or there is another possibility, they might get directly landed in.
Okay, Swarali, we have some breaking news coming in. Some breaking news coming in on this story itself. We're given to understand that the Burj nightclub is in big trouble. A visitor has exposed safety lapses at the nightclub. A major safety lapse at the Romeo Lane has been reported by a visitor. The nightclub only had one exit and entry point. Only one exit and entry point, viewers. Major safety lapse at Romeo Lane nightclub. One of the visitors has in fact given out these big details. Let's of course listen in to that soundbite coming in.
मैं 1 नवंबर को अपने कज़न्स के साथ रोमियो लेन वैगाटोर में गई थी. हम 13 लोग थे कुछ, और हमें वहाँ पे हम करीबन 11 बजे पहुँचे थे वहाँ पे. और जब हम नीचे पहुँचे तो वो क्लब एज सच बना हुआ है कि वो बहुत सफोकेटिंग है. वहाँ के एंट्री एग्जिट्स है नहीं कुछ, एक ही एंट्री और एक ही एग्जिट है, वो भी काफ़ी ऊपर चढ़ के. तो वहाँ से निकलना बड़ा टफ है और नीचे जाना भी टफ है.
We were listening into that detail coming in from one of the visitors. Swarali continues to be with us. Swarali, you are in Goa and you're of course tracking the story from the ground. Now, if we talk about the structure of the particular nightclub, it is clearly stated that there has been several safety lapses. One, the big question that why was there one single entry, one single exit? That is one of the big questions. That is something has been raised by one of the visitors as well, and she clearly mentioned that it was quite suffocating to be in the club itself.
Yes, let's try to understand why the visitor is claiming that there was only one entry and exit. As we have been showing you through the live visuals, we had reported the entire action that was being taken by Goa government. 198 square kilometer of the same nightclub which he is talking about, which is situated Romeo by Lane in Vagator, was bulldozed by the Goa government because it was the extended where it was not allowed for the construction. It was extended on a part of the seashore. Now, why is she claiming that there was only one entry exit? Because it is situated in a hilltop-like area. You have to climb down a hill to reach the exact spot of Romeo by Lane nightclub of Vagator, which is again the second property owned by alleged perpetrators Luthra brothers. Entire structure is made of wooden furniture. Right. Entire structure is made of wooden planks. So let me tell you, you have to get inside with a wooden staircase, which is a narrow wooden staircase, and even the exit is the same. So only one entry and exit. You have to climb down or climb up. If there is any fire situation, then it becomes very, very difficult for people or visitors or staff members to get out of the place.
Absolutely. Surali, stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. There are more details, viewers. Days after 25 people died at fire in Goa's Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, a woman who visited the club last month leveled serious allegation against the manager, including physical assault. She also said that the security personnel and the bouncers at the club hit her sister and attacked her brother with a rod. Notably, the owners of the club, Gaurav and Saurabh Luthra, boarded a New Delhi Phuket Indigo flight barely hours after the fire. They have now been detained and their process of deportation is already on. They will be deported soon. Let's listen in.
तो वहाँ का स्टाफ स्टार्टिंग से हमारे साथ बदतमीज़ी और रूड बिहेवियर और गलत तरीके से बात कर रहा था, बट हमने सोचा कि क्योंकि मतलब हमारी एज सच कोई गलती नहीं थी और हमें लगा कि यार कोई बात नहीं, अवॉइड करते हैं इस चीज़ को, क्योंकि भाई बहन थे और रात के लेट हो गया था, तो इतना हमें कुछ क्योटिक नहीं करना था, हमें बस शांति से खाना पीना था और वहाँ से निकलना था। और जब निकलने लगे तो वहाँ पे एक बीच में चेयर रखी थी रास्ते में, हैवी सी चेयर, गार्ड बड़ी टाइप की चेयर थी, सोफा इश था, तो उसको पैर से मेरे कज़न ने साइड कर दिया और उसको वहीं लगा दिया जहाँ पे उसका जगह था। इतने पे मैनेजर आते हैं और बोलते हैं कि आप हमारा फर्नीचर डैमेज कर रहे हो, आप ये कर रहे हो, आपको पहले ही हमें बाहर निकाल देना चाहिए था, आपकी औकात क्या, आप लोग आते हो, ये करते हो, वो करते हो। और मेरे भाई ने बोला सर आप आराम से बात कीजिए, हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हम जा रहे हैं यहाँ से, आप हमसे आराम से बात कीजिए। लेकिन इतने पे उसने उनका कॉलर पकड़ लिया और बदतमीज़ी और गलत तरीके से बात करना शुरू कर दी। और जब हमने उनको छुड़ाया, बोला कि सॉरी वगैरह बोला और वहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश की, तो उन्होंने अपने बाउंसर्स को बुला लिया, जो उनका 25 लोगों का बाउंसर का वो पूरा जो वहाँ सिक्योरिटी थी सबको बुला लिया और वो चेस करके हम पे हाथ उठाना शुरू कर दिया।
Alright viewers, with that we shift our focus now to Indigo, where the crisis continues to deepen. The DGCA has suspended 4 flight operation inspectors responsible for overseeing airline safety. That's the big breaking development coming in this morning. Operational compliance was also something that was not followed, and this information is coming in from our sources. The DGCA has suspended 4 Indigo flight operations inspectors responsible for overseeing airline safety and operational compliance. 4 of them now being suspended. There's a big action coming in from the side of the Director General of Civil Aviation. They have now suspended 4 flight operations inspectors. These inspectors were responsible for overseeing airline safety. They were responsible for operational compliance. We saw the entire fallout. That took place. In fact, second summon for the CEO, second summon by the DGCA for the CEO also has taken place. The crisis is only deepening, with Indigo on the other hand saying that their operations have now been normalized. But the entire situation that panned out, the number of people, viewers, who had in fact suffered. We had seen those visuals, the ordeal the people had faced. For 4 to 5 days. Regarding that, we are seeing a DGCA making a big move. a big action. 4 flight operations inspectors have now been suspended. They were responsible for overseeing airline safety and operational compliance. We are getting these news updates from our sources at this point. We will get in more details on the other hand from one of my colleagues who joins us shortly. But at this point in time, what we are given to understand that Indigo continues to face the entire crackdown from the side of the DGCA, which has now suspended 4 of its operations inspectors, flight operations inspectors. They were responsible for overseeing airline safety. Chandrakala, my colleague, joins us for more details. Chandrakala, over to you.
Well, a very important development has come in now. What we are learning is that the DGC has removed 4 flight inspection officers in connection with a massive crackdown as far as the Indigo crisis is concerned. As we know that on Wednesday, of course, the DGCA has instructed its officials, of course, to inspect at least 11 airports all across the country as far as operation of airline is concerned. And now we are learning that the DGCA has removed 4 flight inspection officers. While we are not aware as to what would be the immediate reason for the decision taken, but yes, several questions are being asked of DGCA, and it was and what it did to assess the Indigo's crisis, because it's the biggest aviation crisis. The fact that the DGC has also summoned, this is a second such summon issued against, of course, the Indigo CEO Peter Elbers. From sometimes now he will be here at the DGCA office to give a detailed information as far as a detailed report as far as the data and update of flight cancellation and restoration and several others aspects related to the Indigo crisis is concerned would be given out by the by the Indigo CEO. The fact that the Indigo CEO was also summoned yesterday, but it was a 2-hour-long meeting, but it was not fruitful enough as far as the detailed information being sought from the Indigo CEO as far as efforts are on to grill, to restore flights, hire more pilots as far as this crisis is concerned. And now the suspension of the removal of 4 flight operation inspection officers in connection with this Indigo crisis is really important to look at, because this is the biggest ever aviation crisis. More and more flights still remain cancelled. As for information, as we are learning that more than 5,000 flights has been cancelled since this entire crisis began. That's on December 2nd. That's on Tuesday. Until now, 5,000 flights has been cancelled. Indigo flights, 5 flights has been cancelled. Although process is on as far as refunding of this refunding is concerned, and also baggage issues are concerned. And this is something very important to look at, because the Indigo CEO will be here anytime soon. This is a second summon because yesterday, as we know, that a meeting took place. He was summoned by the DGCA yesterday, and now it is the second summon. But yes, there was no such fruitful outcome. So we'll have to wait and watch what could be the outcome today as far as this summon is concerned. Over to you.
Okay. Chandrakala, thank you for giving us all the details and the updates that are coming. We'll also, I beg your pardon, viewers, we'll also be keeping a very, very close eye on the second summon and the Indigo CEO reaching the DGCA office sometime from now. For now, we shift our focus now to some breaking news coming in. The Madras High Court hearing a batch of pleas in connection with the lighting of lamp at the stone pillar in Tiruparankunram Hills. That's the breaking news coming in. The hearing has already begun. Viewers. Hearing in terms of a batch of petitions in connection with the lighting of lamp, the Kartigai Deepam at the stone pillar in Tiruparankunram Hills. The entire controversy that kept moving for the past few days. The key hearing has now begun in the Madras High Court. The hearing began on the Madras High Court, and we'll get you more details. DMK government is questioning the existence of the temple tradition. The DMK is questioning the existence of the temple tradition. Sharda is joining me back to give us more details. Sharda, we were just speaking about the updates coming in terms of the hearing which has now in fact begin on the pleas in connection with the lighting of the lamp at the stone pillar. What is happening right now?
Well, the hearing is begun at the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, and the judge, who is it's a two-bench judge that's come today, and the lawyer appeared for the state government, is questioning the temple traditions, asking if the policy was not followed in the last 80 years, why is it being brought up now? If the lamp was not lit on the Deepatun, which is on the top of the hill, and was only lit in the Ganesh temple that was in the mid of the hill, why can't it continue there? And why do they need a new law now where they say that can be lit on the top of the hill? If it's a practice that's been stopped in the last 80 years, why is it being brought, is what the state government lawyer is now questioning. And also there'll be multiple appeals, and also opposition lawyer is yet to speak on this. And we have the lawyer telling that the Hindu tradition that's not been followed for 80 years can continue as such and need not be brought into practice again.
That's right. That's right, Sharda. In terms of the hearing, what I would like to read out, that the AG is mentioning that the fundamental question is the existence of the Deepatun. AG says that since the first round of litigation in the 1920, there has been no mention of that particular stone. The petitioner devotees have to establish the lighting of the lamp at the stone, which was a part of the customary practice. So several of these arguments are taking place. Sharda, help us understand in a brief what exactly is happening, what are the arguments that are taking place?
Well, the first thing the petitioner has been pointing out is that the Deepatun has been there for more than centuries. However, the Dargah was just built 80 years back, and we cannot take into consideration whether Dargah is blocking the Deepatun or not. And whereas the temple administration, while talking to Judge G.R. Swaminathan on November 30, when he went there to make sure that the proofs are right, told that the Deepatun is part of the temple and it is used for lighting lamps, but they haven't used it in the past 80 years after the Dargah had come. And this is what the petitioner has been pointing out, telling that if the temple administration knows that the Deepatun is part of the temple and was used to light the lamps before the Second World War, after the Dargah had come, why had they completely stopped it? And now there's also the Archaeological Survey of India, which is now gone there to make sure that the claims that are being placed on the Deepatun, telling that it is just a landmark that was put in place by when the land survey was done in 1920 and 1940, and that it was not exactly built for lighting the lamps on the Karthika Deepam. The Archaeological Survey of India under the district administration of Madurai order yesterday went there and did a proper research. However, the ASI should now be submitting a full and a deep understanding of what the Deepatun stands for, whether it is just a stone that has been built for the land survey or whether it has any cultural and traditional adherence to it, is what the ASI should be responding. And following that is when the Madurai High Court can clearly make an order whether the Deepatun can be used in the forthcoming years.
That's right, Sharda. We will be continuing to track the updates coming in from the hearing. And viewers, for now, we dip into a short commercial break. But coming back, we will be coming back with the latest updates from the hearing which is underway at the Madras High Court. We will be coming back with the hearing, the Deepam hearing, which is underway in the Madras High Court. Stay tuned.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days.
All appeals against the Deepam issue to be heard in the Madurai bench of Madras High Court, which is currently underway. DGCA suspends 4 flight operation inspectors from Indigo responsible for overseeing airline safety and operational compliance. Luthra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Centre as deportation process begins. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubeen Garg death case today. D.K. Shivakumar meets Congress ministers and MLAs over dinner, calls it an event to socialize. Prime Minister Modi and Piyush Goyal expected to travel to Oman to sign the free trade agreement. Now coming in, charge sheet in Zubeen Garg death case has now been submitted by the SIT. The Assam SIT has filed the Zubeen Garg case charge sheet in the court. It is a 3,500-page long charge sheet which has now been submitted in the court by the Assam SIT. Officials of the Special Investigation Team of the Assam Police submitted the charge sheet in connection with the Zubeen Garg's death case. Assam government, Himanta Biswa Sarma, earlier this month had termed Zubeen Garg's death case as murder. Now, the charge sheet has been submitted at the CJM court in Panbazar in Guwahati. Reports say that nearly 300 people or more have been questioned in this regard, and there are already 7 accused who have been taken into custody and are still in judicial custody. And amidst all of this, it is the Assam SIT that has submitted 3,500-page charge sheet to the court. It will now be seen on what major revelations and theories come out of the charge sheet which the Assam SIT has now submitted. Just earlier this month, it was Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, who had termed the case as a murder and not an accident. The Special Investigation Team has now filed the charge sheet in the court in connection with the high-profile murder of Zubeen Garg. According to officials, more than 300 individuals have already been interrogated as a part of the investigation. Aniruddha is joining us on the phone line for more details. Aniruddha, please share more.
Yes, the charge sheet in regards to the Zubeen Garg death probe has been submitted to the court by the SIT today, led by Munna Prasad Gupta, the special DGP of Assam. And we're getting to know that the charge sheet runs through around 3,500 pages altogether, and it has been made very meticulously by all the officers involved, and so that no one involved in the alleged murder of Zubeen Garg can escape. This is a foolproof search sheet. This is what the investigating officers particularly had been saying that this is a foolproof suicide that they have made. As far as regarding the probe, the investigation that has been proceeding in that regard, yes. As you have said, that Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma has also reiterated that this is not an accidental death, but in fact a murder that was committed on foreign soil, and that is why Section 208 of the BNSS was also invoked in order to ensure a free and fair, proceeding as far as this probe is concerned. Apart from that, we also need to look into the fact that the Singapore police had earlier said that there was no foul play. Prima facie, there was no foul play in the Zubeen Garg death probe. The Singapore police, on the other hand, is also expected to, submit their search sheet on or after 18th of December. And it will be quite interesting to see how both the countries put the facts in front of the court, because today we are witnessing that the Assam police have placed their suicide in front of the CJM here in Guwahati, and within a couple of days, the Singaporean police authorities will be also placing their suicide in front of the court in Singapore. So yes, it will be quite interesting to observe the contra sort of points highlighted in both the countries. But yes, as far as the investigation in Assam is concerned, in Assam it has been already said by the police that they are investigating it as a murder case, and more than 3,500 pages are there in the suicide, and more than 300 people were questioned in connection to this murder, and also those who were there on that yacht on that Father's Day in Singapore, the non-resident Indians who were accompanying Zubeen Garg during the yacht party. They were also summoned by the police, and they were questioned here in Assam. Yes, studio.
Right. Thank you very much, Aniruddha, for sharing those details with us. Moving on to some other big breaking news that we're tracking here on this edition of Live and Breaking. The Madras High Court is currently hearing a batch of petitions and pleas in connection with the lighting of the lamp at the stone pillar in the hills. This has become one of the major controversy after G.R. Swaminathan of the Madras High Court had given a verdict. Major developments are now taking place at the court. We learned that it is DMK government who has cited the precedents to say that they can't move position of the lamp. The DMK government has now presented documents on the hill land ownership. The DMK has also said in the court and asked why the lamp should be lit at a different location. In fact, more details now coming in. The DMK government has challenged the Hindu side on lighting of the lamp and has said that they need to prove that the lamp lighting at Deepathon was customary. That's the latest news that we are getting as far as the Deepam Rao in Tamil Nadu is concerned. R.N. Jayaprakash, Tamil Nadu BJP Vice President, is joining us live this morning. Sir, a very good morning to you. This is a case that has been going on for quite some time now with the arguments that are taking place inside the court. What are your observations and how do you see this case going through?
Man, this is look at the irony of the whole thing. The case has been filed by the Hindu Religious Endowment Board. It is the government which is supposed to protect Hindus. It is the department which is supposed to protect the Hindu temples, is going against a Hindu ritual which is to glorify an occupier. Who are they trying to satisfy? They are trying to satisfy a sultanate called, the last sultanate called Sikindar, who closed our Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple for 36 years from prayers. He broke and looted. This is the guy who was conquered by a Vijayanagar emperor called Kampa, and he was stripped, his skin was peeled out, and he was hung in Madurai for destroying the temple. The whole problem is there are two dargahs there. One is in Goripalaya, which is in the city of Madurai, and the other is supposed to be on the hill. Whereas this temple of ours, of the Hindus, is there from the 4th century onwards. I can't understand how a Hindu religious endowment board is going against the rights of the Hindus. This can happen only in Tamil Nadu. And DMK is a communal party and an anti-national, not from now, but from the inception. You look at their history. They support only Muslims and Christians and are anti-Hindu. And what else will you call them? They are a communal party who support, they should be banned like PFI. But unfortunately in our country, they call themselves as a political party and exist. This is our thing. And how can a Hindu religious endowment board pay huge amounts of temple money to the leading advocates like Mukul Rohtgi? Look at the seniors they are engaging. They are using Hindu people's money, which they put in the undis on behalf for the god. They are using it against the gods of Hindus. What do you call this pseudo secularism as? This is my point.
Right.
Forget about where it is our ritual. Lighting of the lamp is our ritual. Why did all this start, madam? Somebody from an MP, a responsible MP, takes non-vegetarian material up there, sacrifices a lamb, and tries to have food on top of the most sacred place of us from the 4th century onwards. Why is this provocation? We didn't provoke them.
In fact, Mr. Jayaprakash, now we learn that as the hearing is taking place inside the court, we learn that the DMK has even argued and questioned the existence of the temple tradition that has been continuing for several years now.
No, see, please understand. See, I tell you, yesterday I was on your television show and told you. See, they have always trying to mislead the whole nation and especially the people of Tamil Nadu. From the 4th century onwards, every praise of Lord Muruga is sung in Tamil. It is from the 4th century, madam, and this Sikandar comes in the 1310 and 1311 when the Alauddin Khilji's troops come in and occupy Madurai. So we look at from 4th century we have been here, and how are they saying that we don't have the tradition? It is a tradition. See, it is in every song sung by the great poets from the 6th century, 7th century, 8th century, 9th century, 12th century. It is the first house of Lord Muruga out of the 6. Even our poet Kalidas has sung in Sanskrit in the 4th century in Chandragupta Maurya's period. And from where? From Ujjain. That place was in Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh. He has sung in praise of Lord Muruga, and he talks about this place. And here, look at the wrong thing they are coming. They have the audacity to come to the court. They are not. Many times, even your TV channels say that appeasement of minorities. No, they appease only two religions, both the imported religions of Islam and Christianity. Do they appease Sikhism? Do they appease Jainism? Do they appease Buddhism? No, they are also minorities. Do they appease Gurkha? No, they appease only the Muslims and the Christians. Today, somebody imagine, we Hindus, we don't do that. Will the government approve a pork stall in front of a mosque? Will they approve it? These people, MP goes up the mountains, goes up the hill, and he sacrifices a lamb and cooks food and eats on top of the lamb, of the mountain. Who's provoking whom?
Right. Absolutely, sir. Jayaprakash ji, I thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your views on that. I would like to go across to our reporter who is joining us live from Madurai. Sharda is outside the Madras High Court, where the hearing is currently underway. Sharda, take us to the latest from the court.
Well, the DMK government lawyer has now stated that if it is not a customary practice, why is the petitioner bringing in the question of lighting the lamp on the top of the hill if the practice has been stopped for 80 years, and why now bring it again? And also ordered that there should be a proof telling that the Deepatun there was a lamp lit on the Deepatun 80 years back. Only if the proof is submitted is when he's saying that the government can put an order and allow the process happening. Responding to this, the petitioner has also been constantly stating that the Deepatun is part of the land owned by the temple administration, and it is part of the 1923 pact that was given to the temple, saying that the land belongs to the temple of Tirupurakunram, and also added that it is not a customary practice that the Dargah can question, but it is a religious practice. And the lamp lit on the Ganesh temple all these years, it's called the Moksha lamp, which is lit for the people who have passed away, and it is for people who have died, and it cannot be constituted as a lamp that can be lit on Kartika Deepam to celebrate the festival. And that is the reason they have been fighting for this, and that's the reason now the petitioner has moved forward with the court, because all these years he's pointing out that the DMK and the ADMK government in power did not allow the people to light the lamp on the tops with certain conditions, saying that the Dargah was there and that they did not allow it. Now that is the reason they have moved judicially this particular year, and that's the reason now that the customary practices could not be questioned.
Right. All right, Shraddha, thank you very much for getting us those details. All eyes will now be on the order that the court dictates. And now moving on to some other stories that we're tracking. The Enforcement Directorate is currently, as we speak, conducting searches in the illegal cough syrup case at 25 premises related to the main accused Shubham Jaiswal, associates Alok Singh, Amit Singh and other cough syrup manufacturers who fraudulently provided supplies of cough syrup for illegal trading, and CA Vishnu Agarwal in Lucknow, Varanasi, Jaunpur, Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, Ranchi, Jharkhand and Ahmedabad, Gujarat as well. The searches are started at 7:30 a.m. this morning is what the officials have to say. Major details now coming in. The ED almost after 1.5 months after the cases of poison of cough syrup was reported here in India from several states. The ED is now conducting raids. Raghavendra is joining us live on the broadcast for more details. Raghavendra, please share what you have about the latest. कहाँ searches हो रहे हैं और किन-किन लोगों पे ये searches किए जा रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए उत्तर प्रदेश सहित देश भर के 25 ठिकानों पर आज ईडी की रेड है। ईडी ने बहुत सारी फील्डिंग्स करने के बाद यह रेड डाली है। उत्तर प्रदेश में कई जगहों पर रेड डाली जा रही है और एक लखनऊ यानी सुल्तानपुर रोड पर आप देख सकते हैं, मैं खुद जो एसटीएफ से बर्खास्त सिपाही आलोक सिंह उसके घर पे हूँ। देखिए आलीशान मकान है, ये बहुत ही बड़ा एक मकान है जो आलोक सिंह का है, जिसका नाम आ रहा है चूंकि एसटीएफ से निकलने के बाद उसने कंपनी बनाई और इस पूरे कारोबार में यानी कि नशीली जो ये कफ सिरप है उस धंधे में ये लग गया है। आप देखिए किस तरह से उसने अपना पूरा रसूख बनाया है। यहाँ ईडी की टीम ऑलरेडी बैठी हुई है। सुबह 7 या 7:30 बजे से ईडी की टीम यहाँ पहुँच गई है। देखिए साथ में फोर्स भी है। आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह वेपन के साथ यहाँ पर गेट पर यहाँ पर फोर्स खड़ी हुई है। आप देख सकते हैं कि फोर्स भी है और फोर्स कई अलग अलग जगहों पर इस तरह से ऐसे खड़ी हुई है और यह ईडी की छापेमारी चल रही है। और इसी तरह का दृश्य लगभग 25 ठिकानों पर, सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश ही नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश तो ही साथ ही रांची भी है और उत्तर प्रदेश अगर अन्य हिस्सों की अगर हम बात करें तो सहारनपुर है, जौनपुर है, वाराणसी है और लखनऊ है। तो ये उत्तर प्रदेश हो गया, बाहर भी है। चूंकि ये जो पूरा नेक्सस है, ये जो नशीली कफ सिरप है, इसका जो पूरा रैकेट है सिर्फ भारत तक ही सीमित नहीं है। कहा जा रहा है नेपाल, बांग्लादेश, उसके रास्ते दुबई तक जाती थी। तो इस तरह से पूरा रैकेट था। जहां जहां छापेमारी हुई है, करोड़ों की क्वांटिटी में ये पूरी सामग्री मिली है। यूं तो ये जो कफ सिरप होती है बच्चों की जान बचाने के लिए, लोगों की जान बचाने के लिए होती है, लेकिन इसका इस्तेमाल पूरी तरह से नशे के लिए किया जाता था। कोडीन युक्त ये जो सिरप थी, इसमें काफी लोग इन्वॉल्व थे। बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपना रसूख बना लिया है। एक एक यूनिट जो 100-150 रुपए की मिलती है उसको 1000-2000 रुपए में उसको बेचा गया है, उसकी तस्करी हुई है। यहाँ पे जबरदस्त मुनाफाखोरी की गई है, मुनाफा कमाया गया है जिसका गवर्नमेंट को कुछ पता नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट को न पैसा मिला है न टैक्स मिला है, मनमानी की गई है। उस पे जो इसका डेट क्या है, जैसे कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डेट, एक्सपायरी डेट, कुछ नहीं, नए नए उसमें स्टिकर्स लगा के उसका दोहन किया गया है। तो इस तरह का जो पूरा व्यापार हुआ उसका एक उदाहरण यहाँ दिख रहा है। आप देखिए ये उदाहरण ही है कि एक एसटीएफ का सामान्य सिपाही जो बर्खास्त हो चुका है अपने कैरेक्टर के कारण, और उसने देखिए किस तरह से अपना रसूख बनाया है। ये जो हवेली दिख रही है, ये जो पूरा लग्जरी जो आवास दिख रहा है, आलीशान जो मकान दिख रहा है, किसी राजा महाराजाओं से कम नहीं है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि किस तरह से आप देखिए काफी मजबूत ये जो गेट है, ये गेट बना है फ्रंट देखिए, और पूरा जो ये प्रांगण है आप इसको देखिए, तो इस तरह का जो प्रांगण है कहीं ना कहीं ये जो नशीली कफ कोडीन युक्त जो ये सिरप है इसी से ही कमाया गया है, इसी से ही। अब इसका पूरा आकलन चूंकि ईडी करेगी, इस पूरे मामले में एसआईटी अलग गठित की गई है, उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस अलग जांच कर रही है, एसटीएफ अलग जांच कर रही है। अब इसमें जो ईडी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है वो काफी महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि ये अभी सरकार ने अपना पक्ष रखा था। सरकार ने कहा था कि इस कफ सिरप से एक भी जान नहीं गई है उत्तर प्रदेश में। तो मामला आता है, जब जान नहीं गया है तो दूसरा मामला क्या बनता है? दूसरा मामला यह बनता है कि जो ये मुनाफा जो इससे वसूला गया है, यानी कि जान बचाने वाली जो कफ सिरप है, लोगों के स्वास्थ्य को ठीक करने वाली जो कफ सिरप है, उसको नशे के रूप में यूज किया जाता था। इसमें कोडीन युक्त यानी नशा युक्त ये जो सिरप थी, ये 100 रुपए की सिरप, ये क्या हजारों रुपए यूनिट्स में इसको बेची गई है। एक एक सीसी या जो इसकी जो अन्य तरह की जो दवाएं हैं उसको हजार 2,000 रुपए में क्वांटिटी में उसको बेचा गया है। तो ये जो पैसा कमाया गया है, ये जो इससे जो पूरा अवैध धन जो अर्जित किया गया है, उन्हीं चीज का उसी हवाले को पूरे रैकेट को ईडी कहीं न कहीं समझना चाहती है।
बिल्कुल राघवेंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको हमारे साथ जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सर्च ऑपरेशंस आर कंटिन्यूइंग फॉर द सेकंड consecutive day along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba district as forces intensify crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of the snowfall in upper reaches. Here's a report filed by my colleague Simran.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the special operations group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak in into the Indian territory. And here on this side also you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the special operations group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorist can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
Shifting our focus to some breaking news that's coming in from the state of Karnataka, where we learn that the Karnataka government has given the principal approval for cricket matches that are to be held at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. Why this stadium is important is because just few months back, this is the same stadium where the stampede took place when the RCB was celebrating their IPL victory. Permission, we learn, will be issued with new conditions based on the recommendations of the Kuna committee report. The cabinet has authorized the Home Department to take the final call. Meanwhile, we also learn that matches will be allowed only after implementing the safety and structural recommendations made in the Kuna report. Abhishek is joining me live from Bengaluru on that note. Abhishek, Abhishek is joining us live from Belagavi on that note. Abhishek, important development taking place. Why this sudden change of heart by the Karnataka government, where they've given principal approval for the cricket matches to be held in the Chinnaswamy Stadium?
Well, we had very clearly seen that after the RCB match was won in the last couple of months, the victory parade was held in Chinnaswamy Stadium, which claimed the lives of 11 innocent people due to the negligence of the state police as well as the management of the RCB, the DN and various other people who had organized the celebratory work in Chinnaswamy Stadium, after which the matches which were supposed to be held in Chinnaswamy Stadium were postponed and it wasn't allowed to, the Chinnaswamy Stadium wasn't allowed to conduct any further matches, after which the Karnataka state government constituted a special inquiry by Michael D. Kunha, who also gave in a report to the Karnataka state government and the Home Department, and the same report was brought in the Karnataka cabinet. The cabinet of ministers have approved to operating the cricket matches and various other sports events in the Chinnaswamy Stadium after adhering the rules and regulations and the norms which has been laid down in the Michael D. Kunha report. So we are here to see if the Home Department will will accept the fact of the Michael D. Kunha report. The cabinet has already given an approval. The Home Department's regulations and rules will have to be followed by the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and after which the matches might begin in the Chinnaswamy Stadium. But the mentions in the Michael D. Kunha report will have to be taken into consideration. Various other changes in the Chinnaswamy Stadium entry and exit points will have to be taken care of, and also various other changes in the entire seating position as well as the entry and the exit positions, and the safety precautions will have to be taken even before starting the cricket matches and various other sports activities in Chinnaswamy Stadium. So we will have to see how Chinnaswamy Stadiums or the Karnataka State Cricket Association abides by the rule of the Michael D. Kunha report, and probably if the match is going to begin anytime soon. Tanisha.
Right. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for getting us those details. Moving across to one of the other top stories that we're tracking on this edition. This one is about the Luthra brothers. We now learn that the Luthra brothers will be brought to India by the Goa police team. Sources have indicated that a CBI team will not be bringing them. The CBI will only coordinate in the process. That's the latest breaking news that's coming in. The Luthras will be brought to India by the Goa police. The CBI will not be getting them. However, CBI did earlier in the past had got in touch with the Interpol for tracing the Luthra brothers, after which they were held in custody yesterday by the Thailand police. The deportation process is underway, and now a fresh development that we hear is that the Luthra brothers will be brought to India by the Goa police, and the CBI will have no involvement in the same. It is only that the CBI team will be coordinating with the Interpol and the Thailand police to get the Luthra brothers back, after which they will be handed in the custody of the Goa police. It remains to be seen on what will happen after that, because yesterday it was Pramod Sawant, the Goa Chief Minister, who had made it amply clear that the Luthra brothers will have to face the Indian law, and strict action will be taken against them, because number one, they were the owners of the club. Number two, they had fled the country at a time when they were supposed to be held accountable for the tragedy that took place in their own club. Swarali is joining us on the phone line. Swarali, please share more details. We just learned that Luthra brothers will be brought to India by the Goa police.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you that according to the current updated information we are receiving, Goa police team will bring back Luthra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, which killed 25 people, 25 innocent lives. Now, a major update in this story we are getting right now is that the Luthra brothers will be brought back to India. They'll be deported back to India by the team of Goa police, and CBI, the central agency, will be coordinating the entire operation of bringing them back active.
Right. What is the process after that which will be followed, Swarali? Once they are here in India, we learn that they will be first given into the custody of the Goa police.
Yes, according to the information we are getting in right now is that once they land in India, the custody will be given to Goa police, as in the next legal course of action has to take place. The law will take its own course. On one hand, when Goa administration and CM has affirmed that strict action will be taken, and he has also said it multiple times that as soon as they are back to India, they will be behind the bars as soon as the legal procedures are completed. And a major crackdown and a major update, we are getting to know that a team of Goa police will escort them back to India.
Right. Thank you very much for getting us those details, ladies and gentlemen. With that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of the SIT, the Zubeen Garg case, wherein the SIT has now submitted a 3,500-page charge sheet.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
No, मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Deepam contempt hearing begins in the court. Madras High Court begins hearing the case as the DMK government challenges the custom on the hill. DGCA suspends 4 Indigo inspectors as heads begin to roll. Luthras have been moved to Bangkok, one step away from being brought back to India. Zubeen Garg charge sheet has been filed. Details will be out shortly. Congress factional war explodes as once again both leaders, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, begin holding private meetings in Bengaluru. Will there be a breakthrough on India-Oman free trade agreement expected today? Getting in breaking news on top of 12 p.m., Republic has accessed a few documents in the Parth Pawar case. It's the Parth Pawar case. In fact, Ajit Pawar, who's Parth Pawar's father, had claimed that the deal had not gone through and that the deal was scrapped. But Republic has documents to show how Parth Pawar's firm gave a notice asking for the botanical survey to vacate from the land. In fact, critical documents with Republic showing how they were ready to take over the land. These documents show how approvals were given super fast. The government machinery in Maharashtra moved really fast to help Ajit Pawar's son. The documents show approvals given. The documents show government agencies and government officers writing to the current tenants on the land, which is the Botanical Survey of India, another government agency. They asked the government agency to move out, saying that the land had been purchased by Ajit Pawar's son. Essentially, what this proves is that the state machinery in Maharashtra was moving super fast, trying to ensure that Parth Pawar's firm, Amedia, gets possession of the land. The documents which are with Republic TV, we'll put out the documents right now. The documents show that the government officials asked Botanical Survey to vacate, confirming that Parth Pawar's son tried to take over the government plot. It's for the first time, because initially Ajit Pawar himself had also come out and denied that there was any attempt to take over. But these documents that have come out now show that different letters were written, communication went out from different government officers asking for the tenants to move out. Let's please take the graphics on air to show what the documents are proving. The government in Maharashtra fast-tracked Parth Pawar's takeover. Look at that graphic. It shows intimation to Botanical Survey of India regarding lease. Intimation to to Botanical Survey of India regarding termination of lease in respect to survey number, and the village is mentioned in Mundwa under lease deed. And it shows, and there is a mention of Amedia Enterprises here in the same letter. This was a letter from the government. Sent to the current holders of the land, Botanical Survey. They were asked to move out so that Parth Pawar could simply come and take over. Now, these are the letters that are in our possession. We'll put out more details. Meenakshi will be joining us with more details. This was essentially the government officers asking for urgent intervention regarding the leased land to Botanical Survey, and they asked them to move out. Now, these documents prove, now, so far, Meenakshi, when you confronted Ajit Pawar, the version was that, the version at least he gave you and Republic a couple of times was that the deal never went through, right? And that the deal was stopped. But these documents show the deal didn't just go through, but they were ready to ensure that Parth Pawar takes over the land. These documents show Parth Pawar was going to take over the land. Government officials in Maharashtra were asking for the Botanical Survey of India. Ironically, they were asking government agency to get out of the land so that Parth Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister's son, could take over the land.
Yes, you were rightly mentioned. What we can see in these documents, we can see this document that state government officials are trying to vacate the land, and the Botanical Survey of India, they already sent a letter to collector office that that land is theirs, because we have access already the documents where it showed that the lease date of Botanical Survey of India of this land till 2038. I repeat, 2038. Till 2038, this land will be with Botanical Survey of India. And what we can see that government officials from collector office, from everywhere, they helped Amedia Enterprise, and there are allegations that Sheetal Tejwani and Amedia Enterprise sent some boys there, some boys to vacate, to forcefully vacate the land. Now, yesterday, when the magistrate court in Pune, particularly public prosecutor has raised some question. What were the question? This is mentioned, already established, that it has been established that government land was sold to a media company for 300 crore by the accused. So it is proved already, and it is established that the deal was there. Deal with Amedia Enterprise and Sheetal Tejwani with landowners were there. So yesterday, public prosecutor mentioned this in court, and the other important thing is that this is evident from the documents also. Public prosecutor mentioning See, in the court, what is happening in the court? Public prosecutor mentioning that this deal was done and this deal was with MAJ Enterprise and Sheetal Tejwani, and this is evident from the documents. Now another question has raised, and another question is raised by public prosecutor. Then where did the money go? Now police is investigating. There was a cash
Meenakshi, 1 minute.
transaction.
Meenakshi, 1 minute. I have the whistleblower on the phone line. So stay with me. I ask you to stay with me. I request you. I'm going across to the whistleblower, Vijay Kumar. Vijay Kumar ji, ये जो document है, इस document में clearly बताया गया है, and this has gone from government agencies, government officials जो है उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखी है, उसमें बोला है urgent intervention requested. उन्होंने रेडी किया था टेक ओवर के लिए. मीडिया जो पार्थ पवार का जो कंपनी है, उस कंपनी का टेक ओवर देने के लिए, पूरा हैंड ओवर देने के लिए रेडी थे. तो ये जो अजीत पवार जी बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं हुआ था, बीच में रुक गया था, ये वो, लगता है ये झूठ है.
देखिए, ये लगता नहीं, ये पूरा झूठ ही है. ये सब कुछ लैंड देने की तैयारी थी, बहुत कई महीनों से ही चल रहा था. ये लैंड देने वाले ही थे. लैंड लेने के लिए सारी गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज भी तैयार थी. जो डॉक्यूमेंट थे उसको फोर्स किया गया था. बहुत सारी चीजें हो गई. जो अजीत पवार जी बोल रहे हो तो पूरा झूठ है. ये तो मतलब अगर कोई इंटरवेंशन नहीं होता, अगर पब्लिक में नहीं आता, तो शायद अब तक वहाँ काम भी शुरू हो गया होता है. शायद काम शुरू भी हो गया है कुछ तो भी. तो ये सब कुछ जो कह रहे हैं कि ये नहीं हुआ वगैरह, ये सब कुछ झूठ है और झूठ है. इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है.
और अभी भी थोड़ा कवर अप चल रहा है, हमें लगता है, क्योंकि डायरेक्टर को बुलाया जा रहा है, पार्टनर को बुलाया जा रहा है. पार्थ पवार को बुलाया क्यों नहीं जा रहा है?
अब ये तो जो आपको समझ में आ रहा है, मेरी समझ में आ रहा है, कोर्ट की समझ में आ रहा है, वो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. क्योंकि वो सारे इस जो कुछ भी ये फ्रॉड हुआ है, इसमें पार्टी सारे लोग हैं. इसलिए कौन किसको बोलेगा और कौन क्या इसे इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगा? ये तो कोई थर्ड पार्टी अगर कोई एजेंसी इन्वेस्टिगेट करती है तो ठीक से होगा, नहीं तो ऐसे ही रफा दफा हो जाएगा. कई महीने केस चलेगा, बार कमिटीज को मुदत दी जाएगी, एक्सटेंशन दिया जाएगा, और बाद में कोई तो भी भाग जाएगा या कुछ तो भी होगा, और ये सारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टेज पर पड़ा रहेगा. इसके आगे कुछ होने वाला नहीं. और जब तक अभी जो ये बोल रहे कि 21 करोड़ रुपए भर दो, तो 21 करोड़ रुपए भरने के बाद तो डील लीगल हो जाएगा. उसके बाद क्या करोगे फिर? अगर उसने बाकी के पैसे नहीं भरे और एक कोर्ट में गए तो क्या करेगा गवर्नमेंट? तो ये सारा एक दूसरे को बचाने का कोशिश हो रहा है, और इसलिए बाकी लोगों को पकड़ा नहीं जा रहा है, पार्थ पवार वगैरह को, कि अगर ये चीज अगर ये सामने आती है इसमें से फ्रॉड, तो और बहुत सारे फ्रॉड्स आगे आ सकते हैं, और इसका परिणाम महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर बहुत सीरियस हो सकता है. इसलिए किसी को भी नहीं, सबको बख्शा जा रहा है इसमें, खासकर पार्थ को.
Okay, thank you, Vijay Kumar ji. Vijay Kumar is the whistleblower in the Pune land scam. We'll have to cut across live to the Parliament. Critical hearing on the Parliament underway. We'll go across live. We have the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, there speaking in Parliament. Let's cut across live.
But during 0 hour,
let me finish.
I think so there is a time constraint. If you want to bring some resolution under any appropriate law, so the speaker will allow for a debate for the, I think,
let me just
kindly make it brief. Please.
So I think this is an issue where, everybody says government opposition fighting all the time. This is one issue where we can show the country that we can also plan and work together to solve something that is critical. I think the government should have a discussion in Parliament. We should all have a discussion in Parliament, and we should try and not make it a discussion where we are abusing you and you are abusing us. I think we should make it a discussion where we are participating, we are showing the country that on this fundamental issue there is agreement, and the best minds are going to be put into place to solve this issue.
Thank you.
I think it would be good if we have a discussion, detailed discussion, and then the Prime Minister puts in place a plan for each city, methodical, systematic plan on how within the next 5 or 10 years, maybe we cannot resolve the problem, but how we are going to impact the problem and make life for our people easier. Thank you, Speaker.
Shri Kiran Rijiju ji.
The Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Rahul Gandhi ji, has made a statement in the form of suggestion. The member of the Congress party in the Business Advisory Committee had also raised this issue and some other parties, and from the government side also. And government from the day one had made our position very clear that on all important matters, government is ready to discuss and also to find out solution, taking along the suggestions from all the members, including the principal opposition party led by Rahul Gandhi ji. So the matter was placed in the Business Advisory Committee as we had discussed about the election reforms, including the special intensive revision. Under the various laws, various rules, we will see how we will take up this discussion. But we will, the matter was brought in the BSc, so
if he is responding during 0 hour, you can understand.
Government is ready to discuss.
No, you can understand. No, just wait.
Government is always prepared to have discussion under any rule, but only what the point I want to make is, since the matter was brought in the BSc, we will come back and let us see how we can structure the discussion into, and then we are ready to take up this matter.
Dhanyavad.
I think a good idea would be that we frame the discussion not on us saying what you have not done and not on you saying what we have not done, but simply saying that what are we going to do for the people in India in the future, what are the action steps that we need to take. So I would say that would be an interesting experiment to see if, instead of you blaming us and we blaming you, we can try and say on this one issue where we agree, there's no disagreement, where we say, listen, let us just talk about the future of the people.
It is not a question of any blame game. I think so. Minister, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, you also responsible. Can kindly, anybody wants to bring, so in any form of the resolution and in BSc will take decision under the leadership of Honorable Speaker. Zero. Sri Asyoddin Owaisi sir. Asyoddin Owaisi ji.
बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
अरे
मैं आपके जरिए से हुकूमत से इस बात का मुतालबा करता हूँ
से अच्छा विषय उठाया, उसको रिस्पॉन्स किया उन्होंने।
अरबी और उर्दू की जामिया मुल्क के मुख्तलिफ रियासतों में कायम किया जाए। मोहतरम चेयरमैन साहब, अरबी और उर्दू महज एक ज़बान नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी इस मुल्क एक अजीम तहजीबी विरसा भी है, और अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा के 6 ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेजेस में अरबी को माना गया, और ये हमारे एक सॉफ्ट पावर के लिए, हमारी एक तहजीबी डिप्लोमेसी में एक बहुत बड़ा रोल अदा करता है अरब दुनिया से ताल्लुकात को फ़रोग़ देने के लिए। दूसरी तरफ चेयरमैन साहब, उर्दू हमारे आज शेड्यूल में
In Parliament, the opposition asking the government to ensure that pollution becomes a topic of conversation in Parliament, so that solution can be found to fight pollution. Both sides, the government saying they are open to any debate of national importance, agreeing to a debate on pollution in a structured way. We'll keep a close track on that. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak right now, the Madras High Court is holding a critical hearing on the Kardigai Deepam issue, where the contempt plea and all pleas are being heard together by the Madras High Court, as the DMK government continues to argue on whether the Deepatun lighting, the change of location, whether that was customary. The DMK government asking whether it can be allowed, whether it is part of precedence, and whether or not it's a tradition that can be allowed on top of the hill. The government lawyer saying that only temple administration has the right to decide where the lamp can be lit. Okay, there is some breaking news coming in on the matter. The Madras High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. This is breaking news now coming in. We can put that out. The court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. We'll go across to Sharda, also joining us live. Sharda is at the foothills of the Tiruparan Kundram. We'll go across to her. There is a breaking news update coming in. The High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days, demanding the right to light the lamp. Let me go across to Sharda. Sharda, state government seems adamant on not allowing the change in location where the lamp can be lit, citing precedents, saying only they can decide.
You see, Niranjan, the court is hearing all the appeals.
Niranjan, the court is hearing all the appeals against the Tirupura-Kundram road today, and the first being the Hindus asking to do a silent protest for the next 2 days at the foothills of the Tirupura-Kundram. Yesterday, the Madras bench of the Madurai High Court stated that only 50 people are allowed to do the protest, and today it's been confirmed that they give complete permission to do a fasting and a silent protest for the next 2 days, and all the ones that will be protesting are part of the Hindu religion. And also listening to the other continuous petitions put in Tirupura-Kundram road, the judge has also said that they will not be taking any more petitions and all the appeals will end today, and that there will be an answer for this particular case by today evening is what the judge, the two-bench judge, has informed. And also fighting this is the government lawyer stating that there is no proof that 73 years back that the lamp was lit on the Deepatun on the top of the hill, and also questions that if an individual has the right to light the lamp or whether it is under the temple administration. Says it is the temple administration that can decide whether it should light the lamp on the Deepatun or any other place, and also added that the temple administration is the only one who can decide whether Deepatun should be lit or not, and a court order cannot decide. That is what the government lawyer has been fighting, whereas the petitioner has been constantly pointing out that 80 years back it is still in the temple administration that the Deepatun is part of the temple, and that there is a practice of lighting the lamp before the Second World War. It was stopped in between. It is what the petitioner has been constantly pointing out and saying that the government now should follow the rules that was done 80 years back, and also pointing out the laws and the Supreme Court orders that came in 1994 and 2004, pointing out that the lamp practice can be taken up by the temple administration if it is just 15 meters away from the dargah, and the survey proves that the Deepatun is away 15 meters away from the dargah and they have the permission to light the lamp.
Okay. Now, as we speak, that hearing is underway, and there will be is the time decided? When is this protest going to happen? The 2-day silent protest that the court has allowed.
Niranjan, the protest is allowed for the next 2 days, starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. is what the petitioner has informed us, telling that the protest will start tomorrow morning and continuously for tomorrow and day after. The 2 days silent protest will be held. More than 50 people are set to take part in this protest, and it will happen at the foothills of the Tirupura-Kundram. And this comes after even though the 144 has been removed by the district administration after the court orders, the police continue to stop people from climbing up the hill to make sure that there is no law and order issues. Even yesterday when we tried to enter, they said they do not have the permission to let anybody on top of the hills as per the orders of the police commissioner and the district collector. Though 144 has been removed by the Madurai bench of Madras High Court, the collector has still not removed it, saying that it's a law and order issue. And today there's also questions whether the collector and the city police commissioner would be appearing in front of the judge to also answer about the contempt of the case in the December 3rd and December 4th orders passed by the judge G.R. Swamin.